You are listening to the Racer to Racer podcast presented by Race 92. Race 92 is a vintage-inspired racing apparel brand specializing in celebrating vintage race culture and adapting to motorsports today. Check out race92.com for all your racing merchandise needs. I'm your co-host, Darren McAtee, and other co-host you may have seen walking out of Barber Lounge 459 with a big old smile on his face. You may have seen him at a dirt track. He is Scott Bally, and good to see you, Scott. It's been a while since we've done one of these, so
yeah, we haven't done one of these for quite some time. Summertime was just a busy period.
Yep, things happen, life happens, but we're here.
Yep.
And we have a great show. We interviewed Scott Harrington. Scott, for those who don't know, drove in one Indy 500. Very nice guy. It was officially, I did edit it down a little bit. That was officially our longest podcast ever.
Yes.
But it was good.
It was a free form 5 hours.
Yep. So I think we're down to it's about 3 hours now, or give or take. So I think everyone will enjoy it. But when you have that long of a podcast with Scott Bally, you got to realize there's definitely going to be something that needs to be edited out.
Yeah. It's I'm not always for public consumption, let's just say.
Absolutely. So first off, thanks to a couple of our partners, Racer Collect. Go to racercollect.com. Check out all the great stuff Patrick has for sale. Fast Times Indoor Karting. I think since we've done the last one, I've released the Antron Brown go-kart video. Great guy, obviously. Very competitive. He's on the board. He said he's coming back, and he says he's in the video. He actually said he's doing 28-second laps, but he got. I think he lots going through that guy's mind when he's doing stuff like that. So I think he meant 20. I think he meant 22, not 28. So he's coming back, and he's doing 22-second laps.
That guy's a stud. He's just a straight stud. I mean,
the week before the U.S. Nationals, let me remind people, this was the week before the U.S. Nationals. Then, 5 days later, he goes on and he wins the U.S. Nationals.
Right. The guy could have driven anything. He chose to drive dragsters.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know, man. I mean, you know me. I can go on forever about Antron Brown. He's top notch in my book. So
absolutely. And then obviously Race 92. Go to race92.com for Alan Jr. shirts, Bobby Unser shirts, Roberto Guerrero shirts, David Land shirts, about anything you want. We will be running a special promotion here pretty soon for special Alan Jr. Racing collector card trading cards, and there will be signed cards as well. So definitely check out social media for that. I'll be announcing that sometime in the near future. And then also, it is obviously the weather in Indiana is all over the place. If you look at Scott Bally, he is comfortable right now, extremely comfortable. He's got a new chair.
I do, courtesy of a auction from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Oh, really?
It's a different height than that my other chair, so my camera angle is different. I'm trying to work that out. I might have to do something a little different with my camera, but it is a comfortable chair. And it was $50. Actually, it was 2 chairs for $50. The other one I gave to my nephew, but I do have a new chair. But I am comfortable, and I'm very comfortable because of the good folks, good guys heating there, and saw Ryan at the BC39. He helped Chris work on the race car a little bit. Ryan's a great guy. Besides being a good guy, he's a great guy, and everybody works for him. Is this time of year, if you're in the Indy area, please give him a call, have him come out, check your furnaces, make sure that you're ready for the long haul this winter. I mean, it seems like it got cold quick this year. So please make sure everything's in working order so you can enjoy the Racer to Racer podcast in comfort as well as I am in comfort right now.
I will say I learned a couple things from my experience with good guys. Number one, it's better to have something done right the first time. It'll save you a lot
Yeah.
of money in the long run. And number 2, when you know Scott Bow, you get a lot further in life.
Oddly enough, it doesn't work for Scott Bowie, but I mean, that's a kind thought.
Yep, absolutely. But other than that, like I don't want to talk too long because this is a very long interview. I will mention, and we tried to get him on the show, but he was just in Austin for the US Grand Prix. He's going off of like 5 hours of sleep. Mr. Jagger Jones, man, he put on a hell of a race a couple weeks ago in the
LMP3.
VP Racing. I think it's VP
Yeah.
Racing Challenge in IMSA LMP3 car. Was leading both races. Second race was what 14 seconds ahead with
Had a 14-second lead.
a minute and a half left to go, and
Had a
they had a
mechanical
fuel
issue.
issue. Yeah,
Yeah, had a mechanical issue. It took him out of the race. Unfortunately, it was a hell of a debut weekend. He had fast time for both races. Um, I don't know what's going on, like what other series he plans on running this year. I personally hope he's back in Indy next. I know it's something he's working toward, but I don't know where that stands. Yeah, it was great to see him running up front, and kid's a driver, man.
gotta be careful what you say because it'll end up like one of those deals with like Piastri or Palou or Jagger will release something contrary to what Scott Bowie said.
Right. I in no way, shape, or form know anything about anything when it comes to his racing, other than what he is had for certain drove, which was the LMP3 car in the VP Challenge. But other than that, I literally have no idea what his plans are for next year, or how things are going to work out. But
Yeah, well, like I said, I think we're just going to go ahead and jump into the interview. Thanks everyone for watching. Make sure you like and subscribe if you haven't already. And stay tuned. Definitely working on some exciting things. So, yeah, hope everyone enjoys the Scott Harrington interview and have a great week.
hey, thank you. Yeah, and I really enjoyed Scott. I never met Scott before. I really had a great time talking with him, and he guy loves racing,
Yeah.
and his whole entire life, after a certain point's all pretty much all been about racing. So please enjoy it. Please enjoy some of the stories he
Our guest
tells,
today drove in kart
and
and in the IndyCar series,
everybody have a
racing in
great,
the
great time until we talk to you
1996
again.
Indy 500. We were joined by Scott Harrington. Scott, it's great to have you on. Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, it's my honor, man. It's a pleasure to be on. I'm happy to hook up with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know you're involved with racing today, and we'll definitely get into that. But kind of where did kind of your racing journey start? Like what got you interested in racing? Like, is it in your family at all, or just how?
Yeah, my father, we had automotive related businesses. We had an automotive repair business. My father ran Trans Am like in 1969, 70, 71. And then was
Glory
quite
years,
competitive.
right there. That's the
What's that?
glory years. That's
Oh,
the
yeah.
glory
Yeah. I
years.
mean, I grew up with the Donahues and Revsons and Fulmers, and all that. And
Yeah.
then he switched to IMSA, and he ran 24 hours Daytona a number of times and 12 hours of Sebring and whatnot. So I always knew I wanted to do it. There was no karting scene around us, and we had friends at motocross. So I started motocross when I was about 6, and turned pro when I was 16. And I did Supercross and outdoor motocross, and was part of the Honda factory support team the last 3 years I rode, and got tired of getting hurt, so went straight from bikes to car racing.
That was back in the days too, where the what years did you ride? Were you really riding?
I was riding like from the early 70s, and
Yeah.
I did my last motocross race in '84. Broke all the bones in the back of my hand, a boxer's break, broke my shoulder and broke my heel all in the same crash. And I was like, enough's enough. So I did my first car race in the fall of late summer of '84.
You got to see the full evolution of motorcycles during that
Oh yeah,
time.
I mean it's amazing. I've ridden a couple of friends' bikes. I went for years with. I mean, I rode every day. We had a 265-acre farm that we built a motocross track on, and I rode every single day from the time I was a kid until until I started racing cars. And then I went cold turkey. I never sat on a bike for 30 years because I was afraid I'd get hurt and screw
Right.
my car racing up. So, I just, but since then I've ridden some friends' bikes, in the last 10 years or so, and it's amazing the difference. I mean, it's night and day.
Well, yeah, my brother raced, and then I raced for just a very short time, but
Uh,
he raced motocross locally in Illinois. He ran some pro-ams, but um, his first bikes were like the Suzuki. He had a couple Suzukis. I think he had a Yamaha once, and then his last bike was one of those Makos,
yeah. Oh, yeah. I just
which was
restored one. Yeah. I
yeah,
just,
and those Makos, that bike around 79, 80 really changed motocross
restored
racing. Yeah,
an 80, I think it's an 82 Mako. Actually, it's funny. I restored it for Bill Abel that owns Abel Motorsports.
sure. Yeah.
And Bill and I grew up together. Our dads were friends, and Bill and I raced. Back, that was the best man at his wedding. And so, I've worked with those guys, but I do in the off season, I do a lot of bike restorations. In fact, I got 2 of Bill's bikes in my shop right now that I'm doing, but I do vintage motocross bikes. I restore them. And I've got about a dozen of them in the pipeline right now. So I'm busy
Nice.
guy.
Yeah, it's just so amazing how far those bikes came in that period, and man, I look back in the old photos of him racing or anybody racing like Roger DeCoster, like Tony DeStefano, all those guys. Those guys were kind of my heroes. Yeah, you look at those photos and you're like, my God, those bikes were just ancient looking.
I mean, I look back at the I mean, you had the Hannah's and Marty Smith
Yeah.
and just all those guys. And so where did you guys race in Illinois?
So we had a local track, Sparta, and there was a lot of local tracks at that time. And then he actually did pro-ams like in Missouri. Like
Yeah,
there's a place right by St. Louis, not too far out, like Benton, I think it was. They had those big giant camelbacks and that. So
yeah, I think I remember that place. We ran. They used to run a lot of national qualifiers at Casey,
yeah,
Illinois, and so we ran at Casey. In fact, the first time I did my shoulder, I did it at Casey. So never forget, man, having to go to the Sarah Boone Medical Center to get checked out.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
So you were in later as teenager when you first got an Indy, and I'm sorry, in a race car, right? So when did you actually start racing cars? Like how old were you?
It was like I don't know, 20-ish, maybe something like that. And probably just before my 21st birthday, I guess, that summer before my 21st birthday. And we were one of the original 10 Sports Renault dealers, spec racers now. We were one of the original 10 dealers in the country. My dad had quit racing for a while, and he decided he wanted to start racing. I'd gone to the Bertle Roost School in the fall of 83 and was going to start racing in 84. And then Honda made me a pretty good offer. And so, I was young enough that I thought, I'll give it one more go. And then, like I say, I got hurt, ended up cutting the cast off my hand, went out to the shop and got the die grinder out and cut it off a couple weeks early because we had a friend of ours that wanted me to drive his car at Mid Ohio. So I'm like, sure. So I just hacked the cast off and went racing. So the rest is history. But that's what I started out in. And then, did a couple of years in the Pro Sports 2000 series. And, there was no, Road to Indy then. There was no USF 2000. You had, Pro Sports 2000. And then from there, you went to IndyCar. I mean, to Super B or Formula Atlantic. And I went the Atlantic route, had a lot of success there and won some races and, competing against some really good guys, in that series, the Calvin Fishes and Johnny O'Connell and, all those guys and, Jeff Krosnoff, just a Scott Goodyear. We had a really good group of guys in that and was competitive in that. And then went from there and jumped into my first IndyCar race in 1989. So
Did kind of touching base back, to the motocross and then the evolution to car racing. It's so much different today. And as I see, like you're a driver coach and you coach Jacob. I was reading like a little bit on the, you coach Jacob somewhat, and these drivers are, they start so young today.
oh yeah,
And like you think back, I mean, like when you were 12, 13, 14, unless you were, you could start at quarter midgets if you wanted to do that, like at 6 or whatever it was, but there just wasn't really anything else for young adolescents or whatever you want to call it. I just think that's a crazy evolution of the sport. Whereas if today, if you don't start in a car by the time you're 12 to
Yeah.
Oh
14,
yeah.
boy, they kind of look at you like, hey, you're kind of old for this.
Well, it's funny because I did my first, like I said, I did my first IndyCar race in '89, and I was like 24 years old, and people were like, "Oh man, he's really young," because you still
Yeah,
had Ray Hall and Sullivan and Mario and AJ was still running and Rutherford and all these guys, Kogan, and everybody's all like, "Oh man, he's awful young. He's kind of young," And now if you're 24 years old and you're doing your first IndyCar race, you're ancient. I mean,
right. Yeah.
so
I mean, it's just it's so crazy how so much of it's changed. Like in my world, because I come from more of an open wheel background. We my dad worked for Gilhousen's. They ran Indy cars and that, but did a lot of sprint car midget racing. And I remember when Jeff Gordon come along and he moved from California to here so he could race sprint cars. And then he was so young. Everybody's like, oh, he's so young, and you got to watch out for him. Of course, he was brilliant immediately,
all right.
but that just kind of opened the floodgates. I felt and now you see 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds run sprint cars, which
No, no.
when
Yeah,
I
it's
was that
crazy.
age, there's no way.
Oh yeah, no, it's crazy. I mean, I was doing some driver coaching for Bilardi when they were running their USF 2000 team, and we had 4 drivers, and I had like 2 15-year-olds, a 16-year-old, and a 17-year-old running USF 2000. So it's
Right.
it's definitely it's gotten much younger. So
Sure.
in
We've
fact, a
talked.
lot of the schools, I was one of the founders, myself and Brian Till, who I saw you guys had on the show.
Yeah.
But Brian, myself, Chris Neifel, a guy named Tony Kester, and Bill O'Connor, who Bill O'Connor's wife Vicky was the promoter of the Formula Atlantic series for years, and the 5 of us are the ones that were the founders and started the school at Mid Ohio, and which I
Okay.
still work with today. We're celebrating our 30th anniversary this year, and so I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, I had Jacob Abel was actually our first person under 18 that did an on-track program with us. I think he was maybe 14 when we put him through, but we had to jump through hoops to get that done, to get him on the track due to insurance and stuff like that. So, and it's changing, obviously. I mean, now it's, you got 12-year-olds going to racing school. So,
Right.
Yeah. We've had a lot of guys on, obviously, that start with a motorcycle background. And it seems like most of them, like there's so many good motorcycle guys, right? They go into racing, and they're very successful in racing. Like and obviously that had to have helped you jump into cars when you're 20 years old. But what skills from motorcycle racing do you think transitions the most into racing, car racing?
probably, it's just the competitiveness in the motocross. I mean, you go into turn one, but you got 40 bikes, going into turn one on the start, and you're all starting abreast. You got a
Yeah.
handlebar in your ribs. You got guys banging and bumping you, and I think just the not being afraid to run wheel to wheel with somebody. I think that's one of the biggest things I got from the motocross, and just the racing savvy in general. I mean, when you've done it since you were a kid, you've got that competitive nature, you tend to, I mean, it tends to carry over. It's funny because the guys at Mid Ohio, we've got a bike school over there, road racing bike school as well. And the guys have been bugging me for years, hey man, you used to motocross, let's get you on the bikes. I'm like, you guys are nuts. They're like, no, you're nuts. You're flying through the air 100 feet, and so they finally talked me into it year before last. And of course, Mark Young, the guy that runs the school, he's a multi-time AMA and WERA champion, and pretty top guy. And so they don't put me on a stock bike; they put me on his race bike that's all MotoGP'd out. It's got the shift without lift, and it's all down instead of all up. On the upshift, so you're just banging it down. And he just won a race with his bike the weekend before. And they slapped me on this thing. And it was amazing to me. I'm like, put me in the slowest novice group, because I've never even owned a street bike. I've never ridden on the street. I've never done anything like that.
Hmm.
And it was like I did the first session in the slow, brand new novice group. They moved me up. They moved me up. They moved me up. And by the end of the day, I was pretty competitive. I mean, when I say competitive, I mean I was riding pretty good. I was pretty comfortable. But it was amazing to me that the things that as far as weighting the foot pegs and things like that you did on a motocross bike, really carried over a lot. And, it was pretty funny because, Mark was following me. He had a camera on his bike, and I didn't have any pucks on the knees. They put the pucks on the knees.
Oh, yeah.
Knees. And so we come in, and he was behind me. He's like, "Hey, man, we're going to put some pucks on those knees. You're getting awful close." And, of course, that was the challenge. At that point, I was like, well, I got to drag my knee now. So
Right.
I was able to drag my knee by the end of the day. And, I was pretty happy with that. And last session, I kind of got out of shape up in the keyhole. And then he got out of shape pretty good in the carousel. And I just was in the middle of the carousel and gathered it up and just straightened it up. And the pit entrance at Mid-Ohio is right there in the carousel. Pulled it in, pulled in the garage, and the guys were like, there's like 20 minutes left in the session. I'm like, nope, done. Like, bucket list.
Not for me, it's not.
Yeah, it's I'm like, I'm all good because I was hanging on, Mark's got video of him riding, and he's like got fingertips on the bike. And I see that when we teach people in the cars, people that are new to it, I can look at their hands and I can see the veins popping out the back of their hands because they have the death grip on the wheel. I was doing the same thing on the bike. I was just gripping so tight. I was starting to get arm pump and things like that. And I was just like, you didn't crash it. You had fun. It was a cool experience. I'm done. So they've tried to get me to come back, and I'm like, nope, got it out of my system. It's all good.
I think one of the things that racing, I think racing anything, but racing on motorcycles, I think I go back to what you were saying. I think it's just that that at the end of the day, you have to have extreme focus for a long period of time. I forget how long an average moto is now.
It used to be 40 minutes when I was running in the pros.
Yeah, and that's what my brother would run. My brother
plus 2 laps.
Right, he would run so he'd run 125, 250, so they'd have 4 motos a day. And man, it's just, I think what it teaches you how to focus and your breathing and all that. If you're good at it, like to get good at it, you have to be able to control those things.
No question. We used to go when I was in high school. These kids today in motocross, they're all homeschooled and everything. And they're they're on the road running 40 races a year. But we I was went to a public high school and graduated. And in those days we used to on the weekends, and Bill Abel did the same thing. We all grew up in Louisville. I was born in Louisville, and then we bought this farm in southern Indiana. And so, there was a group of us that were pretty quick out of the Louisville area. And we used to go, we'd leave Friday right after school, and we'd drive straight through to Florida in the wintertime, and we run the Florida Winter Series. We do that every weekend, race on Saturday. This is before we turn pro. And, and then, the pros race on Sunday, we race on Saturday. And then, we turn around and drive straight through back and be at school Monday morning. And then once I graduated high school, Bill and I actually went down and we had a motorhome, and we went down and we spent the winter. We left right after Thanksgiving, and we went down and took a Greyhound bus home from Brooksville, Florida, which was a 24-hour trip and for Christmas. And but we came home for a couple of days for Christmas, and then we ended up taking Bill's van back down in a trailer he had, and we lived in the motorhome all winter and raced all winter down in Florida. And it was just a big leg up on the guys from the Midwest when you come back, because you've ridden all winter and they hadn't. So but we did that a number of years, so it was quite a bit of fun, quite an experience.
I'll tell you, I'll never forget. Robin and I were going to Disney. I forget what year this was. And we get on a tram, and there's this little kid there, and he's got a motocross trophy taller than him.
Oh, yeah.
And his parents were standing next to him. And I just talked to him for like a brief second. I told him, hey, it's a great trophy, and yada, yada, yada. And it was maybe 4 or maybe 6 years later, I'm watching motocross on TV. It's James Stewart.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And it never left me about that moment. Is I thought, man, they must be really serious about this.
Yeah, I'm still kind of into it because my son and I have gone out to the Ironman National out in Crawfordsville the last several years, and we went this year, and we done the Indy Supercross, and I bought him a bike. He got a bike for his 4th birthday, a PW 50 with training wheels, but I never really intended for him to race, But it's funny, then he's got, then I got him a TTR 90 and, so he's ridden around. We go down to Haston Acres and, we'll ride around a little bit, but, I've borrowed some friends' bikes and stuff and gone down there with him, but, yeah, it's just amazing. I mean, it's how the sport has grown. I mean, motocross, I mean, they pack them in every stadium, they sell them out, it's crazy. I mean, other forms of racing could take a lesson from them on the show they put on, because they put on one hell of a show.
Yeah, I agree. They've nailed the show, and they've nailed it for as long as I can remember.
Yeah.
When I saw his family, his mom and dad, you could tell were just beat tired, and he looked really tired. And it was maybe a Monday morning, maybe Tuesday morning, and I was thinking to myself, "Oh, these people are racers," And it always stuck with me. And then I saw him later racing on TV, but I never forgot that moment. I was like, "Oh, this kid, they're really putting in the time." I don't. There is a little bit of the beauty of when it wasn't quite so corporate. Wasn't such a, like you said, you would go to school, then you go to Florida, and you were trying to incorporate it all. There is kind of a beauty to that as well, versus today, where like you get in these programs and everybody's, it's just something. It's just interesting how different it is.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just everything about it. I mean, I can remember, when I started racing cars, I mean, just the camaraderie, was a lot different. And it's still a pretty decent amount of camaraderie in IndyCar, I think. And
I think you're right.
And
I agree with
I think
that.
in other
for
forms,
sure.
and IMSA is obviously so user friendly, but you start looking at like Formula One, and it's just a different animal. I mean, I ran over in England, and I ran in the Thunder Sports Series in England one year, and it's just a different mentality over there. I mean, it's way more cutthroat, and it's just a different atmosphere. I've got some of my best friends. You look at that we're serious competitors over the years. I mean, you look at Calvin Fish and Goodyear, and some of those guys. Tommy Byrne, who came along in the at the Mid Ohio School, and Tommy and I, we only raced against each other a couple of times. I did a few Indy Lights races in the late '80s, and obviously Tommy was a pretty big dog in Indy Lights at that time. And but these guys, I mean, if we were on the track, I mean, I met Calvin Fish, for the first time, because he came over to the transporter, wanted to know who was driving that POS Chevron that banged into him when he passed him. I'm like, that was me. And, so he was kind of mad, and we hashed it out, and he's absolutely one of my best friends today. I mean, we've been, lifelong friends. We have known Calvin for well over 30 years, So, and, guys like Till, Till put me on my head at Montreal at the Atlantic race. He got into me and flipped me, and I ended up upside down in an Atlantic car, and, was obviously pretty pissed afterwards. And, Brian, I love to tell his story, because I went over to Brian. I'm like, what the hell is that about? And he's like, what are you talking about? And ESPN guys came over, and they had the footage. And I went over to the television compound of the trailer, and they showed it to me. So I just walked up to Brian and was like, "Hey, dude, come here." We're sitting there watching it, and he's watching it. He gets this look on his face. He's like, he's like, "Sorry, bud." And we laugh about it all the time. We talk about it a lot of times when we're having lunch. We're doing like a corporate day or something to school, and we'll be telling war stories, whatever. And that's one of the go-to stories is Brian put me on my head at Montreal. But it's funny, because these are guys that I could if I had a problem in life or whatever, I could call today, and they'd be at my doorstep in minutes, because I've developed so many lifelong best friends, and great friends, and through this sport. And it's and people that can relate to what you sacrificed. I mean, when I was racing like Atlantics, I mean, we had an automotive repair business. I didn't have a trust fund. We didn't fly to the races on my dad's jet, or anything like that. And, I won Montreal. It's the biggest Formula Atlantic race there is in '88. And the Canadians are crazy about Formula Atlantic because of the Villeneuves and whatnot. And biggest race of the year. I mean, I was on all the TV channels and whatnot. Well, that night, the guys were going out to celebrate. And I was, click, click, because I was a semi truck driver and I had to go to Mossport and I had to go a longer way around because you had to take a different route in the semi. So I'd win Atlantic races and then jump in the semi and either head back to the shop, in Indianapolis or, head to the next race, So, it wasn't a glory. Hell, I mean, the year I won IndyCar Rookie of the Year in '99, I drove the hospitality bus to the races, So, it's like, and I'd set it up, I'm there, putting the awning up and, my sister's doing the catering and kind of running the hospitality. And, it was kind of a family affair, but, you do what you got to do. I mean, you talk about, an example of that is, I raced my first IndyCar race at Elkhart, and we tried to do Mid Ohio, and we had a problem with the car. It was a car that I tried to qualify at Indy in '89, and we had an old car, and it had really old engines, and everybody was running the latest spec Cosworth, and we had or a Buick, and we had a very early DFV, and we got close, and we only missed the show by a mile an hour or so, and so Todd Walther bought the equipment. And they were going to run Phil Kruger. And so, they had the car gone through, and I think Howerton or somebody redid the tub on it. And so the deal was Phil was going to run the ovals, and I was going to run the road courses with Todd Walther, who's Salt Walther's cousin. Mm-hmm. And we go to Michigan, and I was a crew guy. I was the vent and jack man, which is way more dangerous than driving the car, So but that was the race at Michigan where Phil got hurt really bad and, had the head injury and all that. So the car was destroyed. So we did a deal with Dale Coyne. And so we kind of did a joint deal with Dale Coyne, but the car had been sitting, and we went to Mid Ohio and went out for qualifying, and the car hadn't been pickled properly and the injectors were clogged. So we didn't get a qualifying time. In those days, they were sending guys home. There were more cars than they were allowed to run. So we went to Elkhart next, and at Elkhart we qualified, and I think we finished 16th, at 28 car field or whatever it was, and we're running better than that. And the belts came undone during the race, and we were close to a pit stop window, and I did one lap with the belts undone. I thought, man, I could stick it out for a couple laps, and I thought better about it. And I was like, if something happens, you're a dead man, So we had to pit early, and that kind of threw us off our pit sequence. And then we went to Laguna that year and qualified, but then my teammate who had I wasn't bringing any money to the deal. My teammate, they had a big sponsor and they had a car problem. So I had to give up my car. That was the deal we had with Coyne. And so my teammate could run the race. So I did my first IndyCar race in '89, and a short 10 years later, I won Rookie of the Year in '99, and, in between there, I did, I've done a number of 24 hours of Daytona and 12 hours of Sebring. I mean, I've been very fortunate to have opportunities when I haven't had the checkbook to do it. We've done everything on a shoestring, and, we had a group of guys that bought the cars when we were in Atlanta. They bought the transporter, and we agreed that, their investment, rather than them just writing a check for sponsorship, they buy the equipment. We do a 2-car deal, sell the second seat. So the first year my teammate was Paul Tracy, and the second year in Atlantic, and the second year it was Robbie Buell. And so they would come in, they'd bring the money in, and then, we'd run the deal, and then we would, that's how we did it. And at the end of the year, if these guys wanted to go on, we'd go on, and which we did for 2 years. And then if they wanted out, then we'd sell the equipment, and they would only be out, whatever the equipment had depreciated during that time period, rather than writing a big check and it being gone. So that's right. the way that we did Atlantic. And kind of did the same thing in IndyCar. We had people that helped us out, along the way. And through necessity, I got pretty good at putting together sponsorship deals, And so, I had a lot of people that tried to help me, and they would throw me leads. And I remember, Gold Eagle, who was our sponsor at Indy in '96, and there for a couple of years afterwards, I had a friend of mine that had helped me when I ran the Can-Am series. And he, threw me a bone. He's like, hey, I hear this company wants, to do something at Indy. And I was sitting in our garage at Indy in '96, and I took up the phone, cold called the guy, and was like, hey, I understand, you guys are interested in doing something in Indy, and blah, blah, blah. And so we ended up putting the deal together, and, we had him for, we had him for, like I say, 3 years at Indy. So that was a good deal.
Yeah. I first saw them actually on a World of Outlaws sprint car.
Yeah, yeah,
where
I
I
did a
first-
bunch of, it was with Jess Wendell.
Yeah.
We did a bunch of, we did like SEMA show together a couple times, and yeah, they took me out to when we were at the SEMA show. They had a wing sprint car deal on the dirt track there at Vegas Motor Speedway, and they took me out, and I went down into turn 1 and stood by the fence, and I'm like, man, these guys are nuts. So yeah, that's pretty exciting.
Well, yeah, you take that wing off, and then you find out how nuts some of these other guys are. You know?
Oh yeah, yeah, but it's
Yeah.
cool, I mean, over the years, I mean,
Yeah.
like I said, I got to run, when they were current cars, I got to run a 962 Porsche, in some of the
Wow.
endurance races, and that was mind blowing. And those things had over 1,000 horsepower when you had the boost turned up, and yeah, so I was, I've been fortunate. I've gotten to drive a lot of things, but I bounced around a lot. I mean, I drove for the Pontiac team in the Firehawk series. I drove in the Firehawk series where my dad had a semi-supported Dodge deal with, and they were running neons in the compact class. So I ran some Dodge neons in the Firehawk, and whatever it took, to keep driving. Between that and being at the school, and then I started doing some vintage racing later on. I had some customers that kind of got started with that with Bill Abel. He wanted to start racing, and he bought a couple of vintage cars, and we started out doing that. We won a bunch of the vintage endurance races, and won at the Speedway. It's pretty cool to win a race at the Speedway, and you get to drink the milk and stand on the podium and all that. So yeah, I've just been really blessed over the years to to have the opportunities to do the things I've done, and it's been tough. I mean, when my friends found out that I was having a son, they're like, "Oh, how old are you going to be when you get him a go-kart?" And I was like, last thing I'd put in his hands is a steering wheel. And they're like, "Oh, you're afraid to get hurt?" And I'm like, "No, I can't afford it,"
Right.
And they don't understand that, it's, 300 grand plus to do the first step of the road to Indy, and then you get
Yeah.
to, the Indy Pro Series. Now you're talking 700 plus, then you get, 1.4 plus for Indy Lights. I'm like, yeah, that's not going to happen. So he's a tennis player. So
I was
I'm
gonna
like,
say-
I'll put a racket in his hands. I'll put a football in his hands. I don't care anything else. It's
I
a
was gonna
whole
say-
lot cheaper to join a tennis club than it is to go racing. So
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you start chucking golf balls in the crib when you was a kid?
yeah. No, he's a tennis guy. He goes to Lawrence North High School, and he's #1 singles on Lawrence North's tennis team.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so they just finished their season up. So he's he's a good little tennis player, and so we're quite proud of him. And so. But
That's a
yeah,
tough
the
sport,
racing
too.
wasn't an option. Although I did, probably made a mistake. He's gone through. He just got his permit, and so I do a lot of stuff in Vegas for a friend of mine has a deal called Driver's Edge, and it's a teen driver awareness program, and we do about 160 teenagers a day through that program.
Wow.
And so I do that. We do those in Vegas and Reno. We do about 8 to 10 events a year. And I've had my son out there a few times and had him driving, when he was probably 12 or 13. And then he's done a total of Mid Ohio. We have a teen school. In fact, we were the very first teen school. In fact, Till and I wrote, a good portion of the curriculum for that program 30 years ago. But we do a much different program. The program out in Vegas is more of an awareness program, and they don't get as much driving. They get a handful of laps on each course. In Mid Ohio, a full school where we do 160 kids in Vegas or Reno, a full school at Mid Ohio is like 15 to maximum of 18 and kids through the program, and they're there all day. We do half days in Vegas and Reno, but my son's done, I think, 13 Mid Ohio full days, teen schools. And then, so this summer I bit the bullet and I put him through a 3-day school on the track, and sweating bullets the whole time. I'm afraid he's going to crash a car I was going to have to pay for. So, but he did a great job. He did a real nice job. Actually, I was actually pretty proud of him, pretty impressed. He was going well and didn't put a wheel off for the whole 3 days. So, like I say, dodged a bullet on that one.
I think those schools, those awareness programs are so good.
Well, it's so needed. I mean, it's people don't realize that car accidents. I think a lot of people realize car accidents kill more people than more teenagers than this leading cause of death for teenagers. What people don't realize is you can take every other form of death, that be an illness or overdose, murder, every form of death, combine them, and they don't have the number of die in car accidents. And the sad thing is, it's preventable. And it's driver's ed in this country is, quite frankly, is a joke. I mean, I go to Vegas and I'll have 60 kids or 80 kids in a group, and I'll say, "How many of you guys have had driver's ed?" Most of them raise their hand. I'm like, "Okay, keep your hands up." Now, how many of you actually physically drove a real car in driver's ed? 95% of the hands go down. They do it virtually, they do it online, and it's crazy. And the analogy I use at Vegas is, Las Vegas Motor Speedway is right across the street from Nellis Air Force Base. And I'll pick a kid out and be like, "Okay, Bobby, like, today's your lucky day. Nellis Air Force Base is right across the street, and they have the most bitchin' F-16 simulator on the planet. When we're done here, we're going to give you 3 hours on the simulator in the F-16, and then we got a real F-16 sitting on the runway. We're going to strap you in and let you go fly it if we watch you auger into your flaming death as you attempt it, because you're by no means qualified to fly an F-16 because you did 3 hours on a simulator. But yet we'll do the same thing in a car, then pat on the back and say, 'Hope you survive.'" And it's crazy. I mean, programs like that should be mandatory, And we do stuff in Mid-Ohio. We do stuff with court systems, and it's amazing, how many of the people that I see, that's come through those, programs that have been involved in fatal accidents. And, because they made a mistake, because they haven't been taught properly. And we have 2 skid cars. We put them in the skid car. They get a ton of skid car time. We do, and we push, we make them, drive in uncomfortable situations. We put them in a situation where they're not comfortable at all. I mean, I've had people shaking, I've had people with tears running down their face, but we teach them how to fix it. And then they realize, oh, it's not that difficult. You just have to not panic. And, that, and then obviously this is a big deal, with the texting and stuff like that, but, you see it happen all the time. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, we just had, a teenager in the IndyCar community this summer that was killed in a car accident. And, that was the son of, some people involved with Andretti. And, I know the grandfather pretty well. He's a friend of mine, ex-Indy firefighter. And, I mean, my son grew up, in their swimming pools when they were little kids swimming. They were about the same age, and, got killed in a car accident this summer, and it's insanity,
Well, I tell you, I'm no angel, right? I crashed my fair share of cars. I got speeding tickets when I was a teenager. So I'm definitely not judging from a high horse. Knowing what I know about things today, I think, like you said, if they had mandatory where you got to go out and experience the speed but the driving situations and all these things, and kind of sort of what you were talking about is you have 2 extremes, right? You got the ones that are so cocky nobody can tell them anything, and you got the ones that are so scared of it that they both equally have major problems.
For sure. I mean, the cocky ones, I mean, like I say, I was fortunate. We had a farm. I mean, I probably started driving we had an old farm pickup truck, and I probably started driving it when I was 10 years old. And by the time I was 12 or 13, my parents would send me up to the gas station. I mean, all the kids out there in the country did that, I mean, we were driving. I mean, you'd pass the sheriff and wave to us. He knew we weren't licensed, but, we're going to get a bale of hay or something, so,
right.
But no, that was good. I mean, we used to, I probably shouldn't say this, on a public forum, but we had the Hoosier State Forest was right behind our farm, and you got the knobs there in southern Indiana, the small mountains, if you will, and there were all kinds of gravel fire roads, and I can't tell you how many times I was Stig Blomqvist, rally driver with the back end of that 67 Chevy pickup truck hanging out. And I learned a lot, actually. We go blast around those fire roads, and I learned a lot. But like I say, my dad taught me a lot, and he was quite successful in the car he built in our shop. And he was a competitive guy in Trans Am. I mean, he's led races, and that was, like you say, in the heyday. He had factory efforts, and he was quite talented. He ended up winning some championships later, and it's funny because at first he was a little quicker than I was, and we were both running Sports Renaults. And then, pretty soon I could run probably a little quicker than him, but he beat me more often than I, because he was smarter than I was. I was young and dumb. And then they got to the point that I was, consistently quicker and was able to beat him. But I'll never forget, we were in an SCCA national race, and I tried passing him on the outside, and he put me off. And I was pissed. And so he puts me off, and I come in, and I'm like, what? What was that? I can't believe he put me off. He's like, well, he goes, would you expect me to do that if it was anybody else? I'm like, well, yeah, but I'm not anybody else. He's like, well, I'm going to race you the same way I race everybody. So, he was a hard ass, but I learned a lot from him. So it was a good thing. So
That's a good lesson right there.
oh yeah, no, it was, and he was, I mean, I couldn't have had a bigger supporter. And my dad, did everything that we could do, to make things happen. And he was, I mean, one of my favorite pictures I got actually is just a picture of me and him when we qualified for Indy. It's just him and I standing, I'm standing in the cockpit and he's standing next to me, on the yard of bricks in the car we had qualified at the Speedway. And, that was a pretty major undertaking for us to run our own deal at the Speedway. And, I mean, we had the most tumultuous month of May you could ever have, when we ended up doing a deal that we had a little bit of money we put together, and I'd known Dale, because by the end of the deal in '89, Dale, Walther was there, as a figurehead, but Coyne was running the car. And so, Dale and I've had a pretty good relationship. And so I talked to Dale, and Dale had a car that I believe was the car that I think Bacalart drove it. It was the one that they did the Marmon Wasp replica, like in the early '90s. It's kind of painted up like the same number as the Marmon Wasp. And but it was a '92 Lola with a Buick engine. So he had 2 fresh Brayton Buicks and the car. Well, we went up there and bought the car. Well, I mean, it was basically a worn out tub and boxes of used parts, So Larry Nash, I don't know if you guys know Larry Nash, but Larry Nash.
I don't know him very well. My brother knows him, but yeah.
Yeah, Larry's a great guy. Larry and I have worked together since back in the Sports Renault days. I mean, Larry and I mean, he's one of the all-time greats. And Larry and I, we worked together in Atlantics. We worked together in Sports Renaults. We worked together in IndyCar. And so we went up. We drove up there. We picked everything up, brought it back to Larry's shop out in Brownsburg, Lebanon. And, we just basically shut the doors in the shop. There were no windows in the shop. And we went around the clock and put that thing together. And we missed most of the first week. And got the car out, got through orientation, and we're just getting up to speed. And then had a mount failure and going into 3, and ended up pushing up into the fence in the exit of 3. And that's when you realize that's the first time I'd hit at the Speedway. And you don't realize how fast you're going until something happens. And because I hit just past the midpoint of 3, that the car pushed up in the wall and cleaned off the right front. I spun all the way down the short chute and backed it in the middle of 4 and broke the car in half. And so I mean, it was a big hit. So then the car was done, and that was all we had. We didn't have a backup. We didn't have anything. So we ended up doing a deal with we had a lot of people trying to help us. And, and people knew our story. We got all kinds of play on TV. People were handing money over the fence, and people sending money, mailing us checks. I mean, it was awesome. I had a Porsche that a 911 that I'd always wanted. And I did a deal with a guy to coach. He had 6 kids. And he wanted me to coach all his kids. And so we were at Elkhart Lake. We saw this 911 that was exactly the silver, which is the color I wanted, whale tail, the whole bit. He's like, man, you need to buy that car. I'm like, man, I can't afford that thing. And so we go back up to his transporter, and he's like, well, hey, he's like, I want to get my kids into this stuff. We were doing like a Porsche club event or something. And I was coaching him. He's like, so why don't you coach my kids? I'll buy the car and you can work it off. And I thought about it, and I'm like, well, I could really use the cash, but I'm guaranteeing myself work, because if you quit using me, then here's this car, so. Right. But I ended up selling. I swore I'd never sell it, but I ended up selling it. So we could do Indy. And so that got a lot of notoriety. Gary Punch picked up on that. So he kind of played that up on TV and stuff. So ended up that, Della Penna wasn't going to run Richie Hearn's backup car. And then we worked a deal out with them. But then we had some money coming in from Gold Eagle, and it wasn't going to be there till Monday. And obviously qualifying's over by then. So we went to on Saturday. Scotty Brayton got killed on Friday, and and the Braytons are great friends and great supporters of mine, and obviously a terrible day. And so we'd all gone. They had that memorial service for him up to start finish, and we walked up there, and I'd gotten to know Fred Treadway because the condo I was living at the time was right next to this sports bar, and they used to do euchre on Tuesday nights. And Fred played euchre there every Tuesday night. So me and a buddy of mine were like, oh, they have euchre at this place. So we went in, and I got to know Fred pretty well, like the year previous to that. And so we were walking back, and rumor gotten out that we were going to do a deal with Della Penna and Richie's backup car. And so Fred's like, yeah, I thought you were going out in that backup car. And in Della Penna's backup car and Richie's backup car. And I said, well, we got a deal, but he wants the cash up front, and our money won't be here till Monday. And Fred's like, so that's the only thing holding you back? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, and you feel comfortable with this money? I said, hands down. I know the guy. He's been a supporter of mine. He put together, we had a corporate McDonald's sponsorship deal when I ran Can-Am. He put that deal together, and this was the Gold Eagle deal. And and we had gotten it all together. We'd signed everything, but we weren't going to see any money till Monday. So Fred's like, all right, come on. So we go to Della Penna's garage. Fred knocks on the door and tells John Della Penna, he's like, hey, so you put the kid in the car? And he's like, well, we got the financial situation. Fred's like, look, I'll guarantee his funds. If his money doesn't show up, I'll pay his tab. And you can't be more of a gracious competitor and gentleman than that, because I couldn't have done it without Fred. And I will always be indebted to Fred, that he put it out on the line so I could race, and I can't thank Fred Treadway enough, and what a great man he is. And that if it wasn't for Fred, we probably wouldn't have done it, been there, and done anything. So,
I've seen a lot of
amazing.
I watched a lot of, the old Indy 500s and stuff on YouTube. And there was one thing that it always stuck out to me. It was 1996 Indy 500. And it was a shot of you like sitting in the garage before the race. And I just remember them talking about like all of the personal sacrifices that you made to drive at Indy and to drive at the Indy 500. And you've, kind of touched on that, but that was like, of all the 500s I've seen, like the old 500s, like that was one scene that really always stuck out to me, because I was always like, obviously you had a lot of desire to run Indy, and you were persistent about it, and you got to live your dream.
Yeah, no, I mean, and we just, and again, it goes back to budgets, people, I won the Jigger Award, which is the award you get for bad luck at the speedway, and, I remember Robin Miller and I used to talk, and Robin would be like, man, I don't know, what racing gods you pissed off, but, you've got the worst racing luck of anybody I've ever seen. And, but a lot of that has to do with your budget, your budget kind of creates luck sometimes when you're on a shoestring.
Yes.
We had a deal. So Gold Eagle's going to come back. We were going to run in 97, and we had a Nissan engine. We couldn't get an Oldsmobile, but we had a Nissan engine. And then I ended up hooking up with Stefan Johansson and Vern Schupan, and Stefan was going to run, and then he got burned in a brush fire or something at his house. He was trying to burn some brush or something. And then, and they were struggling getting an engine. They were going to run an Oldsmobile. So we ended up doing a deal with Johansson for 97 and with the Infinity engine. And then, and obviously those were early days, those aspirated engines, and we ended up had an engine problem. We only had one engine at the time. And so we lost oil pressure. And so we were kind of scrambling, and we ended up doing a deal to run Foyt's car and Davey Hamilton's backup car. But then it just, it went to just crap in a matter of seconds, because Foyt was a Goodyear team. We were a Firestone team. So they kind of rolled the car over to the garage, and then our guys put the Firestones in the car. It rolls out. There was a picture that was in I don't know if it was in the paper or in like one of the year-end review or books or whatever, but there's a picture of my car sitting on pit lane and with the Goodyear sticker on the front wing and the Firestone tire mounted, and it was like, it's a Goodyear's upset, Firestone's upset, Foyt's upset, as you can imagine, and, AJ's threatening to change all his tires to, because, and what we should have done is just gone out and ran on the Goodyears, because, I talked to Davey, and he's like, the car's good, you'll stick it right in the show. So we go out and the car's junk, because we never run across the setup pad. And there was a considerable difference between the Goodyear tires and the Firestone tires, and the setup and the rod heights and whatnot. So we go out and, the dash wasn't working. We didn't have a radio in the car. It's Sunday afternoon, and so, yeah, I mean, I go out and it's pretty funny, because we finally are getting there. And that was the year of the qualifying guarantees. So we're finally getting there, and, we're getting really close. We had to run. I mean, there were cars in the show that were doing high 204s or 205s that made the show because they had a qualifying guarantee. And we had to run like a 210.5. This was the first year they aspirated cars. And so we go out and, come in, and the car still had a pretty good push in it. And so, but we're gonna have to get in line. So I'm sitting down in the car. I can't see what's going on. And AJ leans over, and he leans in the car, and, I tell him what's going on. And so he goes down. Obviously, he appears to be making a wing adjustment. But if you watch the television footage, it's Paul Page and Jan Beekes doing the television, and they're like, "Whoa, 6 turns of wing!" Like that must be really bad. You normally put a half turn, or if it's really bad, you put a full turn in. So and AJ said, "See what, that should take care of the push," and it did, and
I'm sure.
Yeah, but I went out and my warm up lap was a 2:14. That was like the 9th quickest lap of the month or something like that, and but they had a 2:10, which was my first warm up on the pit board, and that's all I had was a pit board, because we didn't have a radio in the car. I mean, the deal came together like last minute, and so we go out and I roast by to high 2:14, and I see a 2:10 on the board. Well, we'd run like a 2:10.8. And I'm like, was that a 2:10.1 or what? And I'd been breathing it in 1, and I'd been flat in 2, 3, and 4. And I'm like, the gun's going off while I'm out here. I mean, this is like right at 6 o'clock. And I'm like, screw it. I mean, I flat footed it through 1. I had the highest trap speed at the exit of 1 of anybody the entire month, including Hari's full speed, but I never made it through 2. And I hit. And I was, at the time, it was the highest G impact they recorded. It was 89 G impact.
Oh, wow.
And I was out like a light. And, of course, and it's going on at 6 o'clock. I've got, friends and family. My mom's originally from North Carolina, and she's down there watching on TV with her friends. And I'm slumped over in the car. It was a very similar crash to Scott's crash in '96, his fatal crash. And I'm out cold, and I'm slumped over in the car. And, so, and they're not getting me out of the car. I mean, they're frantically working, and, they've got guys straddling a tub and whatnot. And then it's 6 o'clock, so they're cutting away to golf. So, Paul Page is like, we continue to be, concerned about the well-being of Scott Harrington. Stay tuned for updates on Sports Center, off to golf. So they ended up putting me in the ambulance and taking me straight to Methodist. They didn't take me to the track hospital. And so I didn't wake up till I was in the MRI tube at Methodist. And,
wow.
I was like, what the hell? I mean, I wake up in this white tube. I'm like, what the hell? And, obviously they have the 2-way communication in the MRI tube. And they're like, you've been in an accident, Methodist Hospital, you're okay. So believe it or not, I didn't have any broken bones, nothing. But because of the G impact from like the neck down from the belts and stuff like that, I mean, my entire body was black and blue. But yeah, so we didn't do that one. Then in '98 we go back. That was with Larry Nash again, and is the teammate to Sam Schmidt. And we were really quick. And we ran like an 18.9 on our first lap at qualifying, and then the engine grenade going into 1. And then there's the television covers that. You see this big plume just as I'm getting ready to turn into 1, and oils the rear tires down. And I pound the fence, destroyed the car. We only had 1 car and 1 engine, so done again, So yeah, I've had some pretty nasty luck. I've gotten rained out, sitting in line for qualifying, So yeah, it's but we had a good run in '99. We missed Indy again. We got rained out. We actually had a fuel pump pitch on the final lap of the qualifier. We did have a second car there then, and we finally had gotten enough money together that we had a second car. And then I went out on a windy day when I probably shouldn't have gone out, caught a gust of wind in 3 and destroyed the car. And then so we had the backup car, and we run pretty quick in it. And again, sitting in line qualifying on Sunday, and it rained all afternoon, so we missed the show. But from there, I mean, we had a hell of a run. I mean, we ran the top 3 at Phoenix, finished 4th at Phoenix. Made the show when some guys went home at Disney and lost an engine at Disney. But then after Indy, we were kind of caught up in that accident at Charlotte prior to Indy, where they had the fatalities in the stands and whatnot. I had to spin to miss John Paul and Waddles, and blew all 4 tires out, never hit anything, so we were able to get it back to the pits, but obviously they stopped the race. But then after that, we kind of went on a tear. I mean, we were qualifying top 4, running up front, and, at the first Pikes Peak race, we were fastest every single session, and, by a fair bit. And then we had, in those days, guys were, some of the top teams were on qualifying engines. And so in qualifying, we dropped back to 4th, and we were the top guy that didn't have a qualifying engine, the Menards guys, the Kelly cars, they had qualifying engines at the time. And so yeah, we ran there, and we should have won that race, and the first Texas race, I broke both my legs and both my feet. And so we had, in fact, my son had just found a bunch of old VCR tapes, and they had IndyCar had given me a copy. They, the cameras were rolling, and they caught my crash at Texas on tape. And I had seen it in years. My son found it, and he had put it on. He took it to this company, and they had him put it on a flash drive. So I just saw it for the first time in years the other day. But I was going through 1 and 2. We just turned the fastest lap of the weekend, and I'm right in the middle of 1 and 2, and the center of the wheel broke. So the wheel just, kind of took off. So you just see the car set down on the right rear, the left front come up in the air, and I just went straight up the fence. Never spun, never scrubbed any speed, and it folded the right front up. And then when the car, because it hit an angle, and then when the car pancaked, that the wheel and tire being there crushed it broke the dash bulkhead and crushed the side of the tub in. So I had 3 broken ribs, broke my feet, broke my legs, and it was just, I mean, and I didn't even know that hurt my legs. I mean, it was one of those deals where, I mean, I hit so hard that the head collar, when I hit it, I must have had my mouth open a little bit because it pushed my gums, the inside of my mouth between my teeth. So it cut the inside of my mouth. So I have blood coming out of my mouth, and I lean back and I put the visor back. I'm trying to get air because it knocked the wind out of me so bad. And the guys get there, and I've got, blood coming out of my mouth and, whatnot. And, my legs are kind of on top of each other because the dash bulkhead is crushed in. And so I, and didn't even think about my legs. There was, I just knew I couldn't breathe, and so they get in there and they get the jaws of life out. And when they pried that dash bulkhead back and my legs dropped off one on top of each other, I mean, I just started screaming. I was like in massive pain. And I mean, I was crying like a baby, man, all the way into the track hospital. And so, they gave me some morphine in the track hospital, and they transported me down to Parkland Hospital, actually, there in Dallas. And so we ended up flying home, but we were leading Rookie of the Year points. And so they weren't bad breaks. I think I broke the cuboid in my left foot. I can't remember what my right foot. And I describe all these injuries I've had. And people are like, "Are you a doctor?" And I'm like, "No, I just spent a lot of time with them." But anyway, so they had fitted me with some casts, and then I got with Scheid, who, the guys at Ortho Indy and that whole, the team that did, Trammell and Albee and all those guys. I mean, we are blessed in the IndyCar series to have such amazing people here locally, because, I mean, without those guys, I could have never done it, because, we ended up, I went out to a therapy place, and they were doing all this stuff where they were packing ice packs on me and, just doing all this radical therapy. And, my legs were pretty swollen and black and blue, but they ended up putting on open-sided casts, basically, that I could Velcroed on one side. And then, I had a couple like walking boot shoe things and was using crutches. And then I went down, actually, it's the prosthetics there's a prosthetics place down in downtown Indianapolis that they're the ones that have always done Zanardi's prosthetics after Zanardi lost his leg.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and so they made molds of my feet and molds of my legs, and they made these real thin, basically carbon fiber casts for my legs that were open sided on one side that velcroed on, and then we had a couple of carbon fiber inserts for my shoes where where my foot couldn't bend, in the shoe. And so I was using crutches, but when it was time, to go out and race, we'd go out and I go get in the transporter when I was going to change, and I take off the bigger cast and I put on these thin carbon fiber ones that would fit underneath my suit, and then just use the crutches to get to the car, and then the guys would help me in and go race, and we had John Paul Jr. on standby. That first race back was the first Pikes Peak race, and we had John Paul on standby, and but we were having a problem with the car running on pit stops that it didn't want to idle. So I had to keep it running, which is really hard to do with my feet, in the whole situation. So, normally the car will just kind of idle at a high idle. And so, we were losing. Our pit stops were so slow that, and I remember Daryl Soppy was our crew chief, another great industry. And,
oh, yeah.
And so Daryl, I remember Daryl, he'd give me, gaps, and we'd leave the pit lane, and it was like, you're +4 to the leader, which meant, I'm 4 seconds away from going a lap down. And then it's like, you're +6 to the leader, you're +8 to the leader. And then all of a sudden it's like, you're -9 to the leader, and we were flying that day. And last pit stop, I'd caught Greg Ray and reeled him in by a bunch. We were a half lap behind him, and I was pretty much behind him. And, there was a car that was multiple laps down, and Ray going into 3 went on the inside of him, and he stayed high, and I thought he was going to let me by too, because I was pretty close behind Ray, and he chopped down on me and took the air off the car, and I went up and white walled it, and that ended our day. But it's funny because the legs didn't bother me. The big thing was there's a big bump in turn 2 at Pikes Peak, and every time I hit it, it was like somebody stabbed me in the ribs. It's hard enough to breathe at that altitude as it is. And then all of a sudden, it's like every lap, you're like, oh, But then it was the second race at Pikes Peak where we were quickest. And we went back and we were quickest in both sessions. And, we had the fastest race lap at Vegas. We got caught up in an incident early on and had to take it behind the wall and repaired it. And then, it was like nip and tuck between me and Jacques Lazier, and I can't remember who else for Rookie of the Year, and ended up at Texas. It was coming down to Texas, for the final, and we ended up running out of fuel in the race on the back straight, and and I thought we're done, and we battled back, and we finished 6th at Texas, and we clinched Rookie of the Year. So, but it was a great season, and we did it. It was funny because the car. Brad Calkins, Buzz Calkins' father, had bought a G-Force and a Dallara at the beginning of the season, and they went and tested them, and Buzz liked the Dallara better. So we ended up buying right before Texas. Certainty had come along, and they really stepped the program up. And so we bought that basically brand new Dallara from them, and there's nothing like a new car. The car I had was a 97 car that had been updated for 3 years, and the other car. And so we got the car we took delivery of it at Texas. Maybe in Pikes Peak, first Pikes Peak, but we ran the old car. Yeah. And then we went, Texas was going to be the first race, but however it worked out, that's the car we rode off at Texas, so it lasted not even one race, so now I'm back to one car and one engine,
Right.
So we would pull the engine out after every race, put it in the dually. I would drive to Coldwater, Michigan from Indianapolis.
Sure, I've been there.
Yeah, and take it to Brayton's. I'd spend the night in this flea bag hotel up the street. And they rebuilt it overnight. Jim Wright and Lee and Todd and all that whole crew, just amazing people. I can't say enough about them. And then I'd spend the night, go back the next morning, we pick it up, drive it back to Indy, and bolt the Lone Ranger in the car. And we had a problem at Atlanta with the engine, and we didn't have a spare. So we worked a deal out with Team Extreme. I knew Mark Wida that was running the Team Extreme with Hollinsworth, and they had an engine that basically they had taken out because it was pretty miley, and that was the only thing available. So we leased it from them for the weekend. Keeping our fingers crossed it wasn't going to blow up. We were going to have to buy the thing.
Right.
And went and ran Atlanta. But it was just a great season. We had a great team. We had Doug Barnes. I don't know if you know Doug Barnes.
I don't know.
Doug, he worked for Panther, and then he worked. He's with Foyt. I think he's with Yunkos now. And we had a great group of guys. I mean, it was like family, and it was a family team. My dad and I were running it. My sister was doing the hospitality. I mean, and it was just so much fun, and having a guy like Soppy on board, and
Sure.
it was so funny. I remember Atlanta, there was a big crash. May have been like when Steve Knapp broke his back. That crash, because he was right in front of me. But anyway, I caught some debris and it knocked the mirror off, my left mirror off the car. Well, I mean, if somebody's going to pass you, usually they're passing on the inside. So I'm flipping out on the radio, and I don't have the shortest fuse in the book. And, so I'm freaking out on the radio, and, I got my spotter, who was my, he likes to tell everybody he taught me how to drive. He was my driver's ed teacher in high school. He's my algebra and geometry teacher. And he's a big sprint car guy with the Briscoes, actually,
Okay, sure.
Yeah. And he used to go to the races with those guys. Kevin obviously started out, in the sprint cars, and then his son came along and obviously doing the NASCAR stuff. But so Marvin, my spotter, he's doing the best he can. And, I'm flipping out on the radio. And so Daryl did sit on the radio, calm as can be. And he's like, well, the way I see it, you got two choices. You can listen to your spotter or you can park it. I'm like, okay. Then I just say another word on the radio. You're like, I got your message. So we managed on a yellow flag to get a new mirror on, believe it or not, a full course caution. Wow. And so we got it on and then came back in and tightened it up, so got it back on. But it was just a season full of things like that, it was, but it was good.
So let me ask you this. I mean, obviously, and I have somewhat of a general idea of kind of going back to what we talked about earlier, like in auto racing, like if you're both racers, like I'm sure drivers have their own club, right?
Yeah.
But if you're around racing, you don't have to know the person to know the person.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, because you already have an idea of somewhat of the road they've traveled.
Yeah, so that and you certainly get to know them on the track. You get to know their personality on the track. Sure, whether you're friends with them off the track or not, you certainly know what they do on the track.
Right, and so there's always that familiarity, and so to that, it's funny you were talking about like Daryl Soppy. My brother worked with Soppy quite a bit. To this day, still talks about how smart that guy is. And you're talking about Jim Wright. Jim Wright used to build our midget motors in the late 90s.
Great guy.
Yeah, Jim was a great guy. And but let me ask you this, because you put deals together. I mean, you made it work as a family. Was there something that was in you to keep it more of a family deal, at least at that time? Or is there, I mean, what was the driving factor to the whole thing? I mean, to make you sell out so far to the dream that, everybody's involved. Everybody's got skin in the game.
Yeah. It was necessity. I mean, I would have loved to, we talked to other teams and, we weren't like, oh, we got to have our team. It has to be, Harrington Motorsports by any stretch. I mean, that was great because we, ended up, and, we win Rookie of the Year. And, in 2000, I entered the season without a ride, and we ended up with the Nienhouse car for a few races. But, I mean, it was just 100% necessity. I mean, my dad, believed in me and, he had skin in the game. I had skin in the game, and I'd proven,
your driver's ed coach, everybody's got skin in the game,
Yeah. So, I mean, and it's really funny because I lived in Chicago for about 5 years, and I started a driving school in the late 80s, and my partner was in Chicago, so we decided to base it in Chicago. We used to use Blackhawk Farms Raceway in Rockford, Illinois a lot, and we travel all over the country, different tracks and whatnot. But he was my partner was an ex-IU football player, and he ran a bunch of car dealerships at that time. And he was buddies with a lot of the Bears. So I got to become really good friends with like Mike Tomczak that played for the Bears, and Trace Armstrong and Dave Durson. And they would come out and they would drive with us at the racetrack, and they loved it, And so I was at dinner with Tomczak one night. I lived in Chicago, and I'd gone like a year without a ride. And he's like, man, I don't understand. You've beaten guys that win IndyCar races every weekend. You've won championships. I don't understand why you don't have a ride. And the way I explained it to him, I'm like, well, Mike, I said, if at the time him and who was it? I think it was Harbaugh. Him and Jim Harbaugh were vying for the starting quarterback position for the Bears. And, it was a big battle between the two of them. And I said, Mike, if football was like auto racing, you'd have your tryout with the Bears, and they come back to you and say, hey, Mike, we love you. We think you're the guy. We want you to be our starting quarterback. If you can bring us $2 million, you got the job. Instead, he's negotiating to get paid $2 million or whatever, and he just couldn't believe that, and I'm like, that's just a fact of life these days in racing. There just isn't that, merit doesn't get anymore. When you got guys like Tony Kanaan that are having to find sponsorship, it's just a fact of life, and a lot of people in other sports and a lot of casual fans, they don't understand that. Well, how come you're not racing? And it's like, well, because I don't have any money, and it's crazy.
The economics, it's at every level of the sport.
Oh, it's
every
insane.
level. I don't care what level of sport you're at. It's every level. The economics of the sport are so upside down.
Well, I'll give you an example of that. This blew me away. So I was working with a guy that's in IndyCar currently. I'm not going to mention any names, but I'd come in and do some coaching when he had started doing some car racing, and he had done shifter carts. And I knew some people on the team, and I was talking to him, and this has been when he was running carts, was probably 18 years ago, maybe. And their budget, this is 18 years ago, to do a shifter cart for the season was in excess of 150 grand.
Jeez.
And I'm like, wow. It's insane. It's just, it's sad. And that was the whole way. One of the reasons my dad stopped racing is because it was getting so expensive. And, he built a car that was, that he built cars in our garage, and, and was super smart guy. But the Sports Renault came along, and, that was the big selling line on the Sports Renaults, was they were, $9,995.95. They were cost less than 10 grand, and they came in a crate, and you had to assemble them. Basically, the engine was mounted in it, and all the aluminum panels were in it, but you had to mount the suspension and blah, blah, blah. But the engine and gearbox were in it, and, body work was in a primer. And, but, it was a cheap way to go racing. Engines are sealed, cars are equal, so that's what we started out with, and those cars taught me a lot, because in those days we had, the street tires are so sophisticated today, but this is back like in '84, and we had Goodyear Eagle GTs that were shaved. They'd shave the tires down. And the technology on those tires was ancient, but you could not, if you got the car the least little bit sideways or anything, you could just feel the RPMs dropping, and so it taught me a ton that I carried over into every car I've driven, as far as carrying momentum. And, I still use that in drivers that I coach about, rolling speed and carrying momentum and things like that. And, but there are a lot of guys that came out of that. Dorsey Schrader, that ended up being a Trans Am and IMSA champion, is really a friend of mine. Dorsey was running back then. We had a ton of good guys in the series. Brian Till, that's how I met Brian Till. Was sitting on the grid. We were next to each other on the grid at Road Atlanta, like in 1984 or 85, and that's how I met Brian Till. And but if you ask most of the guys that have come out of those cars, they'll tell you that, that there's a lot to be said for that. Look at guys that came out of, look at like the Laziers. They all came out of Formula V, including Bob. And that's another car that you can't scrub speed. It's all about momentum in those cars. And, it pays dividends. But yeah, so, as far as running our own deal, we had a race shop, we had, a facility, we were a dealer for those. Then we became a dealer for the Chevron Sports 2000, which was completely uncompetitive car. But it got me, some racing in England through those guys. So I lived in England for a bit and got to go over there, and that was quite an experience. And then, it was kind of funny because we were the importer, the U.S. importer for Chevron, but about 3 races into the season, and this would have been like 87, we had I was running really well. I'd won some nationals in it. I was running top 10 in the pro race, and this car was like, Mid-Ohio one year, we ripped the sway bar mounts out of the tub and the thing, and the car was just unbelievable. And so anyway, so there was a team, and their driver had not come through the funding, and they decided they wanted somebody competitive. And through Vicky O'Connor, who was doing Bill O'Connor, who'd been a real top running Atlantic guy back in the day, back in the Gilles Villeneuve days and stuff. Bill was always around the races, and he was running Sports 2000 some, and he was a big supporter of mine, leading my talents. And so they had talked to the team, and so we ended up getting in a Swift chassis, even though our business was the Chevron importer. I ended up running a Swift for the rest of the year and ended up being competitive and pole positions and running up front and stuff like that. And then we went Atlantic racing, so, but it's been an interesting road, to say the least. It's but I wouldn't trade it. It builds character, and and I'm a better person for it. It's we've had a lot of disappointments, and I watched the video of Indy in '98 when the engine blew, and we pound the fence, and I get out of the car, and the safety guys are trying to get to me, and I'm just having none of it. I'm just like throwing my hands, and just I'm just so frustrated, because it's like, we're plenty fast enough. We've never not been fast enough. It's just stupid stuff. But again, it goes back to budgets. If we had a backup car, we had a backup engine, or if we had another engine, we very likely would have swapped them out for qualifying, rather than bringing the engine we run all month of May, but we just had one engine, so it is what it is. My choices were, this is what you got to deal with, so you can deal with this or not be there, so that's what we did. So
one thing, we talk a lot about to drivers, obviously, is, the Indy 500 and just the magnitude of it and what it means to people in their careers. For you personally, like, what does, driving the 500 really mean to you? Because, if you think about it, like, every year you probably go to some, like, the Legends Days. It's just, and I'm guessing you probably get, a lot of drivers say, like, they get fan mail, and 100% of the pictures are probably Indy 500 photos.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Actually, there's one somebody sent me this week right here that I just signed that I'm
Aaron, did you send that?
I did not send that. I did not send that.
And so, yeah, but anyway, it's, it's just, like I say, I grew up around racing. I went to Mid-Ohio. It was the first race I ever went to, which is ironic because I'm very much associated with Mid-Ohio because I've worked there. There are years that I've done 135 days at the school, wow. And I live in Indianapolis, but it's always been my track. It kind of was our home track. We had IRP. We used to run, we used to test at IRP, and that place was, there were places that you went off at IRP, you weren't coming back,
Right.
And,
hard to believe they ran IndyCar races there, and they ran stock, they ran stock cars there too.
I tested an IndyCar there, believe it or not. In fact, I don't remember who it was, but in the little switchback, that the road that runs along the property on the west side, there's the campground across the street. Yeah. And somebody was doing an IndyCar rookie test there, and there's that little S switchback where the racetrack runs right next to that west side road there. And whoever it was lost it, hit the guardrail, and the guardrails are so crappy there, it bent the guardrail over, launched him over the fence, and he ended up in the campground in an IndyCar.
Oh, goodness.
I can't remember who it was. It was one of the European guys who was doing a rookie test. But yeah, so Mid-Ohio is my home track. I had track records and like everything I drove there. I did my IndyCar rookie test there. And so it's but I went to Mid-Ohio for the first time like in 1969 with my dad when my dad was running Trans Am. My mom went, and she didn't go to a lot of races, but I remember hanging out with her, and but that was my first time to the track, and I was only 5 years old, 6 years old, but I can remember bits and pieces. We had an old El Camino with a camper wedged on the back of it, and it was raining, and my mom and I were sitting in the El Camino, and But yeah, I mean, I grew up around it, but I had all these guys like, Donahue and like I say, Revson and Fulmer and, Sweet Savage was running then, and, and, Parnelli Jones, and you had the Budmore Mustangs, and then, you had the Penske Camaros, and then they had the Penske Javelins. And, I remember as a kid having a model of the red, white, and blue Penske Javelin. And Mark Donahue was like always, I met him and when I was a kid, and it was always like my hero, besides my dad. And so if you notice, if you look at pictures of my Rookie of the Year car, that car is number 66, which was Mark Donahue's number when he won Penske's first Indy 500 in 72. And I remember that was like the first Indy 500 I remember watching live, and was 72. And so, yeah, I mean, that's, and I saw that number was available when we did the deal, and I'm like, 66 is it, And, but yeah, I mean, I can tell you for sure that when we were sitting on the grid at Indy, and I mean, when you asked me when I was a kid, my parents would tell you, sadly, my father's passed away since, but my mom will tell you this. I mean, the first word I ever said was car. And, before I said mom or dad. And if you asked me when I was little, what are you going to do when you grow up? I'm going to race the Indy 500. I've been saying that since I was a little kid. And that's just been a lifelong goal. And then I ended up sitting on the grid at Indy, strapped in, and remember that when Jim Neighbors still around, when he started singing Back Home Again in Indiana, I had tears streaming down my face, and I had to get the guys to give me a rag, because I mean, I was bawling, and it just meant that much to me, and just to be able to, I can remember, I mean, you've got your, obviously you've got your, all your suit, you're down in the car, you got your head sock on, you got your earpieces in, you got your helmet on, but I can never forget coming around, like entering fours about when it started, coming around to get the green flag, and you could hear the crowd over all the engine noise, over everything. And I was just like, holy crap, this is amazing, and then just see that crowd. I mean, you're just like, wow, this is what it's about, so yeah. It's just,
I think it's so funny today too, because in the 70s, even the qualifying crowds were massive.
oh yeah,
And today, obviously, in the crowds in the 90s, when you look back, they were a lot bigger than you remember them being. Than
sure.
I remember them being.
Yeah.
But there's such a difference, especially today, between qualifying, practice and qualifying, and race day.
Oh yeah,
as far as the crowds go. And
in
that
those
crowd,
days,
that crowd has to just be over. I mean, I would think for a rookie, I would think that would just be like just shocking to see.
Oh, it is, and and I fortunately did something the year before, but to help me, but back to this, like coming around for the start, like in those days, and I was starting in the back, because we were, late day qualifier on Sunday, and the methanol fumes coming down the front straightaway when everybody got on it for the start were, I mean, I could barely see going into one. It's probably a good thing, I mean, it's probably would have freaked out by the crowd, because it does. Everybody talks about, it looks like you're turning into somebody's driveway at 230 miles an hour going into turn one, but with all that crowd and you're not used to, but two things. Number one, I was used to it a little bit because there were bigger qualifying crowds in those days. And secondly, the funny thing is, I had spent the month of May here for a number of years. I tried to qualify here in '89, so I saw the qualifying, attendance in '89, and I was here every year, banging around during the month of May between then. But then I never attended the race in person, and I always told myself, until I have one of the 33 best seats in the house, I'm not going to the race. I'm not going to mess with it. I'll watch it on TV. So I moved to Indianapolis in '84 from Chicago, and I'd sold out to my partners on the driving school deal. And, we knew the RL deal was coming about. So I wanted to be in Indy. So I moved to Indy, and I'd met Phil French was a fraternity brother of my partner, and they both attended IU. And so Phil was living in Chicago at the time, and his family at the time owned Mechanics Laundry. And so I'd gotten to know Phil in Chicago, and because he had moved to Chicago, they had bought an industrial laundry business in Chicago that Phil was running up there. And so, Phil hooked me up with some people that he knew, and I'd met a few of them being around the track during May and whatnot. And so Phil calls me in 95 and says, hey man, they had a bunch of seats in turn one, up high in the lower level there, great seats, and they had a couple suites and whatnot. And so he's like, man, you got to go to the race with us this year. We do a police escort, you got to go. And I'm like, Phil, I've told you before, you've asked me before, you know my deal. I'm like, I'm not going until I have one of the best 33 seats in the house. So he looks at me, he says, how's that worked out for you so far? I was like, not so well. And he's like, so why don't you go? And I'm like, all right. So me and my girlfriend went, and I, so I got to see that crowd and kind of got an idea of what it was all about, and we were down on the grid before the start of the race, and you really get it, obviously standing out on the grid and you look around and you're like, wow, so, I was somewhat prepared for it, where I think a lot of guys today aren't,
Right.
So yeah, it's there's nothing like it, there's a reason it's, the greatest event in the world, and it's, you look at the, it's one of my friend that runs the deal out in Vegas. We've got a lot of guys that we've used over the years and still do a lot of them. Like Jeff Andretti does a lot of them with us.
Yeah, okay.
Jeff Bucknam does a lot. R.A. Jr.'s done a fair number of them. And, and when my friend does introductions, it lets people know who they're dealing with, and we got guys that, won the 24 Hours of Daytona and top-notch sports car guys and whatnot. And so we go through and do the introductions, and he tells us a little bit about our background. But before he starts introducing, he's like, I want to give you an example of the type of people that you guys have here. And that is that, and then he goes into how the Indy 500 is the largest single-day spectator event in the world. And it's 100 and however many year, existence, that there are only 700 people that have raced in the Indy 500. And he goes, to give you a comparison, this year alone in the NFL, there are over 1,500 people who will play in the NFL this year. And then he goes through and does the introductions, and we've usually got, 2 or 3 IndyCar guys, Indy 500 guys there. And it's something that I think anybody that's been there is proud of, is that,
Sure.
it's a pretty elite company, and it's not easy to get there. And there are plenty of guys that have gotten there that, never were able to make the show,
Well, not only that, there's plenty of people who gave everything, and I
Absolutely.
mean everything.
Absolutely.
And
Pay the
didn't
ultimate
get there.
sacrifice. Yep, for sure.
Yeah. And I of course I'm older now. I'm 54, and so I see the world a little
Just
bit
a
differently.
youth, man. Just a youth.
I know, right? I definitely see the world a little bit differently than I did when I was Aaron's age. Aaron's 30, and but that's one thing. I wouldn't say I've softened my stance on, because I've always had a lot of heart for how hard it is, because I saw how hard it was for the team my dad worked for. But that is one thing when I hear somebody say, that guy sucks, or this guy this, or this guy that, I'm like, yeah, man. Yeah. But he's still the greatest race car driver you ever met. Like if you're just an average human being saying this, he's still the best race car driver you've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, it's only gotten worse, because it's with social media today, it's so easy for people. I mean, it's like, people making threats to ILOT and things like that. I mean, it's just
insane.
And everybody's got an opinion, and it's like real as they're, sitting in their lazy boy in their basement, I mean, it's like, come on, guys, these guys are risking their life. I mean, like I say, Scott Brayton was a super close friend of mine. My best friend in racing was Jeff Krosnoff, who got killed at Toronto. I mean, Jeff stayed in my house. I mean, Jeff and I were super good buds. And, I was, never forget, going to his memorial service out in California, and just, I could barely compose myself. I mean, just a lifelong, best friend. I've known Jeff for years, and people don't understand that, I mean, that, like I say, I mean, the crash I had with Foyt's car in 97, I mean, it just as easily could have been, a fatal crash, I mean, and, luckily it wasn't, and luckily,
I agree.
I've walked away, and it's by the grace of God, that you walk away from them, because a lot of guys don't. A lot of guys, you look at somebody like Sam. I've known Sam for years. I mean, Sam and I were competitors in the Can-Am series, and we were teammates at Indy. That one year. I've known Sam for a long time, and great friend, and look what happened to Sam. I mean, it's people don't appreciate what you're putting on the line when you strap in. Because even in this day and age, as safe as it is, you never know if you're coming back. And the cars are so much safer now. I mean, I look back at some of the cars that I drove, and look back at, I don't know if I got a picture of that one here, but you look back at some of the cars that I drove early in my career, and your feet are hanging way out in front of the center line of the front wheel, and
well, I mean, the two of the most shocking photos ever are videos in the speedway to people. It depends on what generation, I guess you are, but the one with Danny and Gaius after his crash and his shoes are smoking.
Yeah.
And Stan Fox's crash in Himmelgard's car. I mean, that they're jarring. I sit between 1 and 2. I was sitting there when Dixon crashed.
Oh yeah.
And I'm telling you, sitting there, you're thinking it's over.
I mean, the thing is, how much that's a perfect example of it's just the difference between one extreme to the other. I mean, if he had been just a little bit further along, whatever, I mean, that easily could have been a fatality. I mean, easily. And I saw it, and I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, man, that's and I was just holding my breath.
What I tell people is so I had my back to it at first. I'm watching the video board, but they don't have the video up because it's crashing at the other end of the track. But then what they were showing, but I hear something. I hear the car. I hear what I guess was what's his name's car sliding along on the track. And then I turn around right as Dixon runs over him. And first of all, people can't understand how fast that car got. You can watch the video all you want. If you saw it in person, how fast that car got from where it was to where it hit the catch fence, and to how loud that was.
Oh,
it was so loud.
It's a plane crash. I mean, people. I mean, when you hit an Indy, you're entering turn 1 at 240 miles an hour at Indy, and something happens. You're going faster when you hit than a Cessna, 172 flies. I mean, it is literally a plane crash. People do not understand. The first time that I hit the fence like really hard like that at Speedway, I was like, wow. And fortunately, I think for me, knowing what happened, it made it easier to get, back in the car, and so, and you just got to shake it off. I mean, I think one of the funniest things is, I was at a friend of mine that had a turn 2 suite, and it was on the first level. So you're the outdoor balcony right there. And he was the furthest one north. So it's the closest one to the track. And my son, who's a huge Tony Kanaan fan, I'd taken my son out there for the first time, and he was, I don't know, maybe he's probably 6, maybe. He was little. I mean, he still had the earphones on him, so he didn't, hurt his ears and whatnot. And Kanaan crashes right in front of us and ends up right in front of us, right? And so the safety guys are there, and we're sitting outside. I'm on the front row, so I'm literally can almost reach out and touch the fence, And they look up, and I don't know if you know Bob, one of the safety guys.
No, I don't.
Anyway, I got to know the safety guys pretty well over the years, unfortunately. But I would always go and thank them, And,
hey, I would tell any race car driver, the two groups of people you need to definitely make friends with: the tire engineers and the safety people.
Absolutely.
Get to know those two groups of people. That's if you only meet two groups of people in your entire racing career, meet those two.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, and obviously, and you can kind of throw that on the safety people, but the doctors in the track hospital, you would.
Well, yeah, no, I include all them together.
Yeah, but no, so it was so funny because I'm sitting there, and my son's sitting right next to me. His first time at Indy 500, And so he pulled his headphones off. We're watching. He was like, "Wow," because it was so loud and whatnot, even with his headphones on. So they're sitting there, and so they're cleaning things up at that point. They've got Ken on out. The car's going off. They're cleaning up the debris, and they look up and they saw me. And they're like, "Hey, dude, what's up?" And Bob's like, he's like, "Oh man, we pulled you out here a couple times, haven't we?" And my son was like, "Dad, they know you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, unfortunately, they do." So, but
And those suites, and I realize this is a dumb statement to make. If anybody here ever gets a chance, if they've got a friend who has an extra ticket to one of those suites,
highly recommend it.
I was lucky enough to be. My family was I am very lucky that my family was friends with Frank Jufrey, the Jufrey brother
Sure,
Crane,
absolutely.
and they shared a suite. Jufrey brothers shared a suite with Bill Simpson, so
Mhm.
I was lucky
Sure.
enough to
I've been in
go
that
quite a
suite.
few years.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And I was lucky enough to go quite a few years. And that those suites, I don't see I don't think they could ever be built today. And
No,
B, they are the most amazing seat in auto racing,
I
bar
mean,
none.
absolutely. And it even to this day, it still amazes me when I watch these cars come around and think about, coming through turn two flat at 96. We were hauling the mail in 96. I
Sure.
mean, hell, I ran 239, in practice, and we were flying at 96. And I remember coming around and flat footing it through too, and then going back, and watching the cars today and just thinking, was I nuts? When you watch them come at you, and all of a sudden it's just like boom, they're gone.
Yeah.
And you're like,
It's just
wow.
like that.
But it's funny because I took Bill and Jacob Abel and Bill's older son, Mitchell. I had a group of guys that a friend of mine, he used to be a teammate of mine, lives down in Texas. I'd managed to get some passes for that suite, and I was able to buy. And these guys came up from Texas for 4. And one of the guys had just battled cancer, and that was always on his bucket list. So I rented a 15-passenger van. Bill and I were doing a lot of vintage racing at the time, so they had never been. So Jacob was just starting the karting stuff, and so I rented this 15-passenger van and got us in on a police escort. And so we, I picked everybody up, and we went in the van and the police escort, and over in turn two in the suites, and these guys were flipping out. I mean, they'd
Oh
never
yeah.
been there. They'd never even been to the speedway before. I think. Well, Bill had been there. He came for the race, I think, and maybe some practice days when I was running a couple of times, but he'd never been there on race day. And Jacob had never been there, and these guys were just amazed. And somebody crashed during the race, and a piece of carbon fiber, about yay big, came through the fence and ended up on the balcony we were on. And so Jacob grabbed that out. He's probably still got it. He's like, "Look what I got." I'm like, "Yeah, it's lucky you didn't chop your head off." But anyway, but yeah, so they were blown away. They were absolutely blown away at that. I mean, it was crazy.
Oh, it is staggering that because you'll never get the feeling of what it's like to be in a car, but you can get a pretty good idea of the velocity and the force behind the car sitting there.
Well, Johnny Rutherford told me when I did rookie orientation in '89, Johnny was doing, was one of the guys we were doing orientation with. And he told me to go up and, how they got the exit of 2 and the exit of 3. They right on the fence, they've got those little observers boxes, those little wooden podiums. They're about wall height where you stand. Johnny's like, "You need to go up to turn 3 or turn 2 and stand there and watch for a little while." And I remember going up there. I mean, we may not have been out yet. And I was like, whoa. I'm like, maybe
Yeah.
this isn't for me. It was like, obviously, once you get in the car, everything's good, but you're just looking at how fast they're going. And you're like, wow. But, and it's crazy. I mean, I remember Johnny, who's a huge help. He's always been, the whole Rutherford family. I know his son is a real good friend of mine, and knew Betty pretty well, and always been a big fan and very good friends with the family. And Johnny's just the greatest. I mean, just one of the most gracious guys on the planet. And I remember him telling me in '89, we're going through orientation, and you've got the different phases you have to run, and I'm getting to the point where I'm like, kind of getting to the limit of the mechanical grip, but I'm not going fast enough to have all the aerodynamic grip yet.
Mm-hmm.
So and the car is pretty sketchy, and I'm not, I'm only going like 200, and so I remember talking to Johnny. I'm like, man, I mean, I don't think I can go that fast in the car. And he's like, you got to drive through it. I'm like, what do you mean you got to drive through it? He's like, you got to get the car up fast enough that you're getting the aerodynamic downforce, because you're getting towards, upper limits of the mechanical grip, but you got to start getting some downforce in it. And you got to go faster to do that. The faster you go, the more downforce you got. So he's like, here's what you do after you warm up. He's like, when you come out, and in '89, there was no warm up lane. You were on the 8.
Right.
And I can remember Andretti, Mario coming past me. I've got a picture of it, actually. And I'm down on the apron, and Mario has his tires on the line. There's probably this much room between us, and he's going 210 miles an hour, and I'm going, 60 miles an hour. And,
right.
I mean, just goes past and I was like, wow. I mean,
Yeah.
And, Johnny told me, he's like, when you come off the apron in 2, flat foot it and go flat through 3. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I've been flat all day. And he's like, just do it. Trust me. And I did it. And sure enough, once I got through the, kind of busted through that window, it was all good, and we immediately picked it up, so, it's, like I say, there's no substitute for the experience like guys like that have. And, anybody that, I've run across drivers that kind of think that, rookie orientation, whatever, why do I have to go through that? I got plenty of experience. There's no substitute for it. I mean, you can't beat that experience. I mean, it's just not the experience on the track and things like that. I remember Rutherford telling me one time, he's like, we were sitting on the wall. I was out of the car. I think they were taking the car back to refuel it or something. And Johnny and I were talking, and, about racing in general and whatnot. He's sitting next to me, and he's like, well, here's another bit of advice I can give you. He's like, and you really need to figure this out. He's like, just realize that there are more criminals involved in racing than there are in the penitentiaries in this country.
He is spot on. He is spot on.
I was like cracking up. And you know what? After having dealt with some of these people that I've gotten ripped off by, I'm like, man, Johnny was right, And,
yeah, I won't see who. I got taken for some money by somebody in racing. Actually, somebody that a lot of people like. Honestly, a really good-hearted person. But hey, he would do what he took for him to go racing. And I always call it. I paid a small price to be part of a large club.
Yeah, exactly.
It only cost me a couple $100, where he got some pretty big names for some pretty good coin.
Oh yeah, no, and like I say, I mean, I've got deals that over the years that I've driven for where I still you have to be paid on, and it's just like I mean, once you realize that, then I think it's not so bad. But you just got to realize, and you got to take it all with a grain of salt and realize that you got lots of people that are going to talk big game and talk about I got this, I got that, and you got to watch your back, man. You got to watch yourself.
So that's a weird, and maybe it's like this in everything. That's a weird phenomenon that I've noticed in this sport. Is you've got these people who will come to you and say, well, yep, I definitely want to do this. I want to do this. Go ahead and start doing this. We'll get the money together. I feel like an idiot. What's his name? We talked to him a couple times. He had that happen from up in Lafayette.
Oh, Halsmer? Pete Halsmer?
Yeah, Pete Halsmer was talking about that.
Yeah, Pete, I know Pete real well. Pete worked with us in school. Yeah, so
he lives in he lives in Indy. He lives in he moved to Columbus, Indiana.
Yeah. But he lived in Lafayette, when all this happened.
Then moved to Michigan. He lived in Michigan for a while.
But I just saw him actually at the I think it was IndyCar weekend. Yeah, because I took my son over for the IndyCar race at Mid-Ohio, and he's a steward for the Porsche Cup, I believe it is.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and so I ran into him. I hadn't seen him for a number of years, and that was a pleasure. I got to chat with him for a while, and I hadn't seen him for quite some time. But yeah, he worked over at the school, for off and on for a while. He'd fly over on his little plane, and we run to the little local airport and pick him up, and Pete's a great guy. Yeah, but no, I mean, there's very few people in racing, unless you are independently wealthy, yourself. I mean, that haven't been ripped off in some fashion,
Oh
and it's
yeah.
just because there's a lot of money involved, and it unfortunately, over the years it has attracted some less than savory people, and we've all been there, and we've all I mean, fortunately, like I say, I've gotten some deals where I haven't gotten paid on them, but I've never had anything where I've lost like huge deals, and I've always been fairly guarded with my sponsors. I've had people be like, well, let me introduce me to your sponsor and let me, and so we can put this deal together. And I'm like, nah,
Well,
you just,
as you know the stories, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You show up, you start showing up with new sponsors. It's kind of amazing. The phone calls they start getting the next Monday. Yeah,
it's like,
and the
it's like,
names would surprise people. I think if they knew who these people were that were trying to
oh no,
poach these
I can tell you
sponsors.
right now that for sure that it's like, a lone seal in a shark feeding frenzy. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like, when we had Certainty, and obviously they were spending some money, and they're a huge company. I mean, they're
Sure.
owned by Saint Gobain. I mean, they're a humongous company, and and I mean, the minute we got Certainty, I can tell you right now, I know of 3 big name teams that I won't mention. They were on the phone. Well, why do you want to be with these guys? You can be with us, kind of thing. And
Right.
it's like, and fortunately for us, Certainty, they, I had a good rapport with them. I did a lot of work for them. I would go to, every race we went to, and I did a number of them here in Indy where, you've got their Certainty warehouse, and a lot of them will do like on Thursdays or whatever that they do, they'll do a cookout, in the lot, where they'll invite customers down and stuff like that. And so we would do those every week, every race weekend. I'd go in,
Oh,
I'd
wow.
spend the day, the Certainty, we'd do the cookout. I'd meet their customers. We had we rented a suite at Vegas, and, we had done a deal with the Las Vegas Hilton, and we put a show car inside the Las Vegas Hilton, a Certainty show car. And, we did a sponsor deal with them. So the team got their rooms comp, but they did a real good deal for any of the Certainty people that want to come out. So we had probably 150 people from Certainty, customers and executives, whatnot, that were staying at the Las Vegas Hilton. And, and we had a suite that we had leased for them. And, I was up in the suite the whole time. And we did a lot of work. I went up to Valley Forge, Pennsylvania to their corporate headquarters a few times. And, but that's what you got to do. And you got to develop that rapport with them. And that's what keeps sponsors is, you have a lot of guys that can't be bothered, and
Yes.
I've done, for various sponsors over the years, I've done, like booths at the SEMA show, and, our booths, like when we had McDonald's, that McDonald's has, a biannual worldwide convention where you got McDonald's Japan, McDonald's England, McDonald's Europe, McDonald's South Africa, whatever. And they've got the whole convention center. That's a huge convention, obviously, as you can imagine, McDonald's. And they got people from all over the world. They rent the whole convention center out in Vegas. And, we'd sit there and do autographs and whatnot. And it's, it was, it's amazing sometimes how some of the guys, some drivers, I've done it for Certainty. I've done shows, and some drivers, they just, they don't want to be bothered, and I've never understood that. It's like,
Well,
oh yeah, well, I'm like, I remember doing an event somewhere and they wanted us to wear our driver suits, and I remember a couple of drivers being like, there's no way I'm wearing my driver suit to an autograph session, I'm like, well, they're paying your bills, man. So I mean,
yeah.
it is what
I
it
just
is.
it's just it's such a strange phenomenon when people are like that. To me,
Oh yeah,
I have never understood that mindset. I'm not saying sell out, I'm not saying dance like a monkey for a dollar, but
yeah,
I am saying that uh, you know, these people take a huge chance on you and
for sure.
they have to somehow get some benefit of that relationship.
Well, of course,
You
yeah.
know,
I mean, and it, and again, I think, with a lot of the younger guys, which it's mandatory, now, these autograph deals, you get docked if
Mhm.
you don't show up for them, which I think is a great thing
I do
because,
too.
a
Yeah.
lot of these guys,
Yeah.
they don't, I was coaching a number of years ago, probably a dozen years ago. That was when it was the uh, Pro Mazda series,
Mhm.
Star Mazda, whatever. And I had a kid that had tons of money, spoiled rotten, was driving some exotic car, he's 18 years old or whatever. And when I'm coaching somebody, I do all the meetings. I go to the driver's meeting. I'll go hang out at the autograph deals. I don't just coach them on the track. I'll just come back and watch video. I mean, I sit on the driver's meeting. I want to know what's going on. I want to know what the rules that weekend are. The procedures for the event. And things like that. And I remember being at Mid Ohio again, and they do roll call, and this kid had been about and I'm we just had a good weekend, but he had been, kind of a 15th place guy. And we did a test day and we really worked hard at it. And there's a lot of nuances at Mid Ohio that over the years, I've gotten to know. I mean, that we teach at the school. I mean, a lot of people drive Mid Ohio probably in not the fastest way possible. Mid Ohio is a track that's it's not that hard to go pretty fast. It's real hard to go real fast. There's a lot of little nuances to it. So we worked and worked and worked. We did a test day. And I think he qualified fourth. It's the best he'd ever qualified. So we go to the driver's meeting. I'm sitting at the driver's meeting. They do roll call. There's one driver's not there. That's my guy. So they dock us 10 grid positions.
Oh,
And
jeez.
I'm like, dude, you can't be bothered to show up to the driver's meeting. Oh man, I forgot about it. It's like, whatever. And I think, unfortunately you see that a lot more with some of the younger drivers that, you
Because they
see.
don't have any skin in the game. Their mom or
Absolutely.
dad
Mom and
does,
dad
and
are
I'm
writing
not.
checks.
And
Yeah.
I'm not criticizing mom and dad's paying bills because
Absolutely
somebody
not.
has to. Somebody's mom and dad's always paying the bills. It may not be yours. It's
Absolutely.
somebody's.
But
Um,
it's every individual. I think it's just a way that people have been brought up. I mean, like I say,
yep.
I have firsthand experience with the Abels, and you couldn't find any better people on the planet.
Well, I'll
And
tell you. I'll tell you. So Jagger Jones, we're close. I'm close with him personally, and he's close to us on the show. He's done the show a bunch of times. And of course, Jagger's raced against Jacob like he
sure,
raced against him last year. And I will tell you that their hospitality, I felt like Abel's when you'd walk by their hospitality in that second to none.
oh no,
I
I
mean,
mean Bill, like I said,
everything they do is just top notch.
absolutely. And like I say, fortunately that's I mean, I think Jacob gets it.
Yeah,
They were on a great program. I mean, it's amazing to me. I
I
mean,
agree.
you know, I kind of told Bill to start with. I'm like, man, take some money and go to Andretti or something. Somebody, and he wanted to run, his deal, and I applaud him for that. And they've done a remarkable job. They got John Bruner who does a great job.
Mhm.
And just Bill, and his wife Amy, um, phenomenal family, and all the kids are humble. Jacob, and Jacob's a hell of a driver. I mean, he's a hell
Yes,
of a
he is.
driver, and but he's also got some humility too, and that's refreshing to see because I have dealt with people in the past that come from similar backgrounds where the family can afford to do something like that, which more power to them. But then you have a kid that I'll never forget that this is a perfect example. So when I was at Bellardi, we had a kid. You may have heard of him. A kid named Wayne Boyd. He does sports cars
I
now.
haven't. I'm terrible with like the sports car deal. Oddly enough, Jagger's off run LMP3 this weekend,
Right.
so I'm getting a little more familiar with some of the sports car stuff, but I'm just
Well,
not well versed.
so this kid Wayne, phenomenal talent, won a bunch of go kart championships. He's from Ireland. He's from Belfast. Uh, he won the Formula Ford Festival in England twice, which is, if you look at the list
Massive.
of people that have won that, that's like a who's who of Formula One.
Yes.
He's won it twice. He won the Walter Hayes. He won in British Formula 3. But it's like, his family has no money. I mean, and so came over here, did a deal with Bilardi. We missed the first race. We go to the second race, and I'm working with him, and I'm talking to him, and the kid's awesome. And he's probably 18 at the time, 19 or whatever. And he's like, yeah, I'm trying to find, get some of my personal sponsors to they'll help me out with airline tickets, so I can, come back and forth. And I thought about it, and I went with my wife, and we've got a decent sized house, and my son was pretty young at the time, and I called my wife, and I'm like, because there are people that help me out a lot along the way.
Yes.
And I talked to my wife. I'm like, look, I'm just going to tell this kid, if you don't have a problem with it, I'm going to let him move in with us. I don't mind, helping this kid out. And she's like, no, I don't care, and so he's a great kid, So I went to Brian Bilardi and was like, hey, look, I'm just going to talk to Wayne, and we'll, so I went to Wayne and said, look, dude, don't worry about that. If you can get some sponsorship, keep it for yourself, or make the deal go further, whatever it takes. I'm like, you don't need to be flying back and forth. I mean, from a physical standpoint, that's going to wear you down. And so he moved in with us for the whole season. Great guy. I mean, great guy. And, I got him, I went to our gym that we belonged to at the time, and I told him that he was an exchange student that was living with us. And so they put him on our family gym membership. So I got him a free gym membership. And but we fed him and took care of him for the season, and it was a pleasure having him around. And in fact, he was running the IMSA race at Indy, and my son and I went down to see him because we hadn't seen him in person for about 10 years. And amazing kid. He went through, and I mean, he was battling Spencer Piggott, with two of the guys that were winning the races. Wayne won a number of races, Piggott won a number of races, and super talented kid. But then at the end of the year, he had nothing, and so he started the year out with nothing again, and he got kind of hosed on a couple deals that he's supposed to have, and then he came back and did a partial season for Bilardi. He lived with us again, but I remember during that partial season, we were driving back to the hotel, and we rode back. I didn't have a rental car, and Wayne didn't have a rental car, so we rode back with one of the teammates, and who fits into that
the other side of the equation.
Yes, flying in on their jet, and always have to do things like buzz the track so everybody knows that that, oh, did you see us when we flew over? Kind of thing. It's like, yeah, we saw you. And I remember going back to the motel, and this kid, the teammate, is like 16. So Wayne and I are sitting in the back, and somehow the topic of McDonald's came up. And here's this kid without a pot to piss in from Dublin, and here's this swirl kid, and something about McDonald's. And then the teammate goes, he's like, McDonald's is for losers. And Wayne's back there in his thick, Irish accent. And he's like, oh, really? I'm quite partial to McDonald's, And, it's so funny because and I was having to laugh because for like several seasons I was sponsored by McDonald's.
Right.
And one of my perks was they would send me cases. That's back when they used to have the McDonald's, the dollar gift certificates.
Sure, yeah.
They used to send me cases of those things. I lived on McDonald's, and so yeah, I'm quite partial to McDonald's too. And my nieces and nephews, I was their favorite because every year at Christmas I'd have a bundle of McDonald's cards for them. But that's the kind of attitude that you see a lot of times with some of these guys. And you get. I mean, I had a kid that one weekend in a USF 2000 car did like $32,000 worth of damage in one weekend. He crashed like 3 times, and it's like, really, I mean, it's
right.
It's crazy, I mean, if you think about the money, we've talked about that earlier, but what I think a lot of these kids don't understand is that for the money that they're spending at the bottom rung of the ladder, you could buy a hell of a nice house for in Indianapolis.
Yes.
And at the end of the year, if you don't win the championship and get the scholarship, it's just gone.
Right.
It's lit on fire.
What I've told kids understand it. So I had a speech out for years, and and this was in the 2000s, early 2000s. Man, everybody's kid was the next Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon, and they would move from all over the country. and you'd hear the same story about 2-3 times a year from these people. And I told those people, I told almost every one of them, I said, if you take the amount of money you're planning on spending going racing, and you just take that money to Nashville, you can make your kid a country music star or a
Oh,
pop star
Yeah.
for way less money
yeah,
than what
exactly.
it takes to go racing, and
No,
you'll
I
have
mean,
something.
if my son had wanted to play golf, I could have joined the country club for a hell of a lot less. People are like,
Right.
"Oh, golf's an expensive sport. Tennis is an expensive sport." I'm like, "You don't know what expensive sport is."
That's
Yeah,
what I
You know,
tell you. How many times have I told you that, Aaron?
yeah,
I told Aaron, so I've had midgets and stuff like that. I've told Aaron a couple times. He's like, "Man, that's a lot of money sitting there or something," you know. And I'll say, Aaron, I have lost way more money than this a hell of a lot quicker
you're right.
than what I can. I said, "You start buying tires for midgets and sprint cars." I said, "You ain't spend money until you start spending money on stuff like that
oh
and
yeah, yeah. No,
motors."
people just don't
Yeah,
understand. Hey, let me show you guys something real quick. We've talking about the Ables. Couple of things. So we talked about how what great people they are, and Bill and Amy and whatnot. But this is a copy of the helmet that Bill won the SBRA national championship down at Coda, and I was coaching him at the time, and so he ended up giving me a copy of the helmet. He had one made, and he gave me a copy of the helmet. And then this year, it's part of my helmet collection. And then this year, um, when they made the Indy 500, he did rings for the team,
oh
and
wow,
so and I was just down there hanging out with them. They got Spencer Piggott. Spencer's way more versed on current electronics and data and whatnot than I am. But Bill ended up sending me that
oh wow.
because in his position was hey, we probably couldn't have been here without you because you helped us get it started. And that's the kind of people. That's the kind of person Bill is, and the kind of people that whole family is. So I can't say enough about him. And and there's some great people that like I've known the Kaminsky's, that ran,
Sure. Yep.
with Abels this year. Another super great family, and and fortunately for every kid like the McDonald's is for losers kid,
Mhm.
they're more few and far between. But you do run
Yeah.
into that. It's just so frustrating. I mean, I've had deals where literally I'm done. Yeah, I'm not going to deal
Yeah,
with this
you
person.
got
I
to.
mean, it's where I'm just like I mean I need the money. I work for myself. Like I say, I don't have a trust fund. I don't have an inheritance. Um, and but I've literally walked away from deals that were high paying deals because it's my personal well being and mental health is is more
Well,
important.
Yeah.
like I said a while ago, I'm not going to dance like a monkey for a dollar,
Yeah,
and you're
for
not
sure.
going to treat me like dirt because you got to take out whatever issues you have on somebody else. I mean,
And it's
you
and
know,
and then sometimes you got a good kid and you've got the worst little league parent. That's the other thing you
yes,
have to deal
I've
with
seen
when you're
that.
dealing with all these 13, 14, 15, 16-year olds is you're dealing with the parents too. And I've met wonderful parents, awesome parents, and I've met parents that you're like, man, you got to be kidding me.
Well,
And
you can't. When you start putting these kids in race cars, they have to fight their own battles.
yeah,
You can't go fight their battles for them. And I
oh,
don't care if the person they got into or got into them is 23, 33. I don't care. You
yeah,
got to let those two drivers work it out amongst
oh yeah.
themselves
Absolutely.
because
I've seen so many parents,
yeah,
and like in the motocross days, because obviously you got the mini classes in motocross. So you got,
right.
60s and 80s and, parents out there. I mean, I've seen parents duking it out, I mean, and it's crazy, I mean, let the kids work it out. But I'll tell you a funny story on parents. So when Paul Tracy was my teammate in Atlantic, this was back in 1987. And
And he was really quiet too, right? He didn't have nothing to say, no opinions, anything like that.
oh, he was then. He was actually pretty introverted then. He was,
Was
he
he
Wow.
had the little
really?
round glasses, and
That's
he was
amazing.
yeah, and he was a pretty shy guy actually.
Well,
And I
people
was
forget Paul used to wear the glasses. He kind of had the blonde hair, just kind of
Yeah.
combed over. He really
yeah, no,
didn't talk too much. Yeah,
he was much more timid then. He's definitely a
yeah,
different Paul than he is today.
yeah.
But no, Tony, Paul's dad's piece of work. I mean, I love the guy, but I mean, he's a piece of work. And anybody that's been around him knows it. Paul will tell you that. I mean, and I love the guy to death, but I mean, he is just. I mean, I think he's been banned from the hospitality and pit lane from some teams Paul's tripping with probably over the years. I don't know that for a fact, but that's the rumors. But I remember we were at Road Atlanta and Paul had a bad qualifying session and Paul wasn't old enough to rent a car. I don't think I was either, but I was driving the transporter, so it didn't matter. And but he had a guy named Trevor from Van Diemen. Paul was tied in real tight with Van Diemen at the time, and so this Trevor guy would travel with Paul and would rent the cars and get the hotel rooms and all that. And then Tony would come in for the races, and we're at Road Atlanta, and Paul had a really bad something happened qualifying, and he qualified way back. He was like 20 something, 22nd or something like that. And so we get back after qualifying, and Tony's like, "Come on, Paul, get your stuff together. We're leaving." And we're like, "What do you mean you're leaving?" He's like, "Oh, he didn't be back there running with those wankers, And we're like, and so finally, this Trevor guy and my dad pulled him aside. They're like, "Tony, what are you teaching this kid?" And I mean, he had a bad day. I mean, that happens. So everybody came to the agreement that Tony was going to leave, and just go home, and that and then we would stay and Paul would race. And so we had this little like Honda 74-wheeler, and at Road Atlanta, there's all kinds of trails and stuff all through the woods, and people go play riding on 4-wheelers and stuff. So Paul's blasting around. He was a big kid at the time, and he'd be blasting around and stuff. I was a mechanic, so I had to be working on the cars. And so Paul comes up and he's like, "Scott," like I say, he didn't hardly talk to anybody in the team because he was pretty shy at the time. And he's like, "Hey man," he's like, "I think I saw my dad hiding in the bushes outside turn 1." And so, sure as hell, here's Tony. He's hiding in the kudzu, down in Atlanta, outside turn 1 up on the fence, So it was quite
That's hilarious.
Like I say, the racing was really fun in those days, man. Some of the stuff that went on, I mean, even in the IndyCar level, some of the pranks that went on, between the teams and stuff like that. I remember being at Mosport one time, and some of those guys, there were some guys on one of the opposing teams. It was Calvin Fish's team, actually. And they had one of those great big slingshots that launch water balloons. And so we had the door to our balcony, the sliding door to our balcony. We're in the second floor open. We're at the Holiday Inn there by the track. And all of a sudden, this water balloon comes sailing through the open door and smashes against the wall. It just water everywhere, right? We're like, "What the hell?" So we see these guys, and they're laughing, and they're shooting this water balloon, these water balloons everywhere. And so we ended up, so they would run up, and they get pretty close. So we started filling the garbage can up with water. So we run out there, and we dump water on them, right? And so finally, one of the guys that worked on the team, he's in the room. We're laughing like crazy. And so they're firing balloons. So we dump water and we slam the door. And about the time we slam the door, they shoot a water balloon. This water balloon shatters the sliding glass door in the hotel. So the team owner, I'm like, great. And the team owners, he was a big kid too. He was part of the mischief. He's like, and he went straight to the front desk and was like, "Yeah, my guys did that. I'll pay for it." So
yeah.
But
that's
I mean,
hilarious.
stuff like that was commonplace, and just it's just a different atmosphere. Just the season in banquets. I mean, I can remember guys ended up, we did it one year at Sebring, the season finale, and we were all staying in these. They had made this deal for us all to get a good deal on renting these condos. So we all had condos on a golf course, and we did the banquet at the clubhouse there. And I remember after the banquet, some guys getting so lit up that I remember seeing a couple of cars driving across the golf course. I think one of them ended up in a sand trap. I mean, it's all kinds of crazy stuff. But yeah, it was.
It is different today, to some degree.
And it's not a bad thing,
Right. No, exactly. Exactly.
But no, I mean, I was fairly shied away from much of the hijinks because, again, I was, I was a mechanic,
You
I
had
worked
more
on the cars
responsibility.
and
Yeah.
I had to drive the transporter to the next event, so,
Right.
and then I was driving, so it's not like I had time off to do anything,
Right.
but I'll never forget. It's one of the Indy Lights races I did. It's so funny, we talk about friends and stuff. It was that same weekend. That was the next year. And we did the season finale at Sebring, which I ended up winning. And so, we had the banquet that night. It was all good. And so there was, I don't know if you remember, they used to have an SECA truck series. It was road racing trucks. It was like
Yes.
small pickup trucks.
Yes.
The whatever that small Jeep was, or the Ford Ranger and stuff like that.
Yep.
And so Jeff Krosnoff was running one of the Nissans, the factory Nissans. And you had a lot of good guys that run it. I mean, Paul Dollenbach drove one. You had Calvin Fish in him. I think Tommy Kendall drove one. Krosnoff was driving one. And so we were staying at this, the Kenilworth Lodge is this old lodge right on the lake there in Sebring. And so Jeff and his girlfriend at the time later became his wife. So Krosnoff, myself, and his girlfriend, we had breakfast the morning after the race. And, this is pre-cell phone days. And it was so funny because we're sitting there having breakfast. And I get somebody from the front desk comes in to the restaurant and asks if there's a Scott Harrington here. And I'm like, yeah, it's me. And they're like, will you give a call? So I went in, it was my dad, and he's like, hey, he goes, I just got this call. There's an Indy Lights team. Their driver hasn't paid his last 2 races. And like I say, I had won Sebring that weekend. They're on their way down to Sebring. So because they're going to test on Tuesday or whatever, and then go from Sebring down to Tamiami Park, which is where the IndyCar race used to be. And they want you to drive. So don't go anywhere. He goes, I'll call me later and we'll get the details. And I kid you not, literally, we had just sat down for breakfast. Not 20 minutes later, we're eating breakfast. They come in looking for Jeff Krosnoff. And he's got a call. Somebody had tracked him down, and it was the guys from Japan, from Speedstar Wheels, which are the guys that ended up funding and sponsoring him in the Japanese Formula 3000 series. He was over there for years, and they wanted him to come to Japan. And so we're both sitting there, we're like, wow, how weird is that? That, I get a call, like I say, it's pre-cell phone days, and somebody pages me basically, and and I got this Indy Lights deal, and now you're going to Japan to race Formula 3000. We just have to laugh about that all the time.
That's crazy.
So, yeah. So,
man,
so
it is amazing. Like, like part of the game is being in the game, like just being there. I mean, obviously being productive in the game, but it is so much about, getting up every day and still being a part of it.
Okay. Well, and it's like there's a Ford dealer there in Sebring, and the guy used to race some and hang out at the racetrack a lot. And so I called him up. I had met him, I didn't really know him well, and really good guy. And so I'm driving the semi. I have the semi parked out of the track. Jeff Krosnoff after breakfast is going to run me back out to the track so I can jump in the semi and drive it back to Indianapolis. All my crew's already left. And so I'm going solo in the semi back to Indy. And Jeff didn't fly out till either late that evening or whatever it was. So anyway, so now I'm like, well, I got to get to Tamiami, and I don't want to drive a semi down and have to figure a semi out down in Miami, So I call this Ford dealer up, explain the situation to him. He's like, oh yeah, no problem. He's like, get somebody to drop you off at the dealership. I'll hook you up with a demo, And so I go to the dealership, he gets me a demo, and I drive down to Tamiami, come back Monday morning after the Tamiami race, Indy Lights race. And, I dropped the car off the dealership. He had one of his guys run me back out to the racetrack at Sebring. I jump in the semi and drive it home, So
it's really amazing how all these little connections build a life. I mean,
Sure.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's what your career, your life, everything you've done. It took every one of those little interactions to make it all come together.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because, and I think I've always, I guess it may be through the racing I developed that, but I've always tried to. It's really funny. A friend of mine, he's owned an awesome restaurant in downtown Mansfield, Ohio. That was a real popular restaurant with a lot of. I know Mario went there a lot. Robin Miller swore by it, and I used to, like I say, there were years that I do 130 days a year over at Mid Ohio, and so I got to know him really well. And he's kind of a popular guy around there. He was in a band that had a one-hit wonder in like the late 60s and whatnot. And so he's kind of a local legend and whatnot. And he would tend bar, and his wife was a classically trained chef. She trained over in France and stuff, and unbelievable restaurant. But I just go in and I'd sit and have dinner at the bar. And Rick, the guy that owned it, we talk. But I would always, have people that through the school, or I do a lot of coaching there at Mid Ohio, and obviously these people are from out of town, and be like, where should we go for dinner? And I'm all the time sending people up. This restaurant was called Rocky's, and I'm like, yeah, you got to go to Rocky's, best place in town, and and it just, and then those people would come back year after year because it was such a great place. And so I remember sitting one night, and Sally, the wife, who's the chef, she comes out and she sits down next to me at the bar, just kind of slowing down. And there's a big group that had been in there that I'd sent out, the guys that were doing a lapping day or something at the track that I told to come out there. And she's like, there are different types of people, and different types of personalities. And she's like, I figured it out. Your personality type is you're a connector. You put people together. And I was like, yeah, I guess that's true to some degree, but I think that comes from, having to network and connect with people, and, to do what I've done, being in a position that I don't have, the checkbook just to go write a check to do it. I always had to be able to be creative, and no different than getting these guys, this car dealership group that bought the Formula Atlantic cars and equipment. I mean, it's being creative, and that's the way I got there. Just being creative.
Yeah, there was a book maybe 20 years ago now, maybe more. It's called The Tipping Point, and it talks about like people who are connectors and things like that. And it was really interesting. But yeah, I'm kind of the same way, and Aaron knows this from being around me from the last few years. Like when I meet people I feel are really good people or treat me right,
Sure.
I try to connect them to whomever I can if they have businesses or whatever, because they deserve that. Not only that because they treated me well, because they typically are treat everybody well.
Oh, yeah, I know, and I mean it's like it's no different than a lot of the people I've worked with over the years that I've tried to help out the good people that come along. Like I made early on when Jacob was doing Abel was doing the F4 stuff, and I was working with him. I mean, every person that I ran into, I'm introducing Bill and Jacob to, and I'm like, whether it be, the guys doing television stuff that I knew from over the years, or the guys doing, I'd be like, I remember we were doing a test in the F4 down at NOLA, and they were doing a preseason preview, television deal or whatever it was, it was I don't know if it was online or on television or whatever. And I knew the guys that were doing the television stuff. And I'm like, hey, you got to talk to this kid, and I sent them over, and they talked to Bill, and it ended up that they did a lot of work doing a lot of PR for Abel's,
Oh, wow.
And so, and other people, like that. I mean, it's just a matter of, you don't mind hooking up good people, where, is there other people that they ask me, hey, can you hook me up with such and such? Nah, not going to happen, because
you're not going to burn my relationship.
Exactly.
And how you are.
That's exactly. So you don't want to, toast a relationship that you've spent years, developing because, of somebody's personality or their attitude or whatever. So, yeah, but I mean, I try and help people out as much as I can. And, it's, because I'm a firm believer in, you kind of get what you give. I mean, if you're out there trying to help people out and and trying to do the right things, that good things will come back to you. And it has for me over the years. Like I say, I mean, it goes back to like Wayne, Wayne living with us. I mean, there were people I can remember, guys that would, that were competitors of mine that, like going back when I was still doing amateur racing in SCCA, and we go to the SCCA runoffs. And I remember guys that didn't qualify for the runoffs. You got to qualify to go to the runoff. They only take the best in the country to go to the national championship. And I remember competitors of mine that be like, hey man, I just called and we really want to see you do well, and I'm going to send a set of new tires to the shop for you guys, and buy some new set of tires, or whatever, and I've never forgotten that, so I try and pay it forward,
So, much along the same lines, Jagger does his, sports car, IndyCar type stuff. And then I've got a nephew who races midgets from time to time. And like every once in a while, somebody will just send him money for tires. And it's somebody we've known for years. They'll have a little extra money that, hey, good luck or whatever. And it's, but at the same time, if you can ever do something for them, you most certainly
sure.
try to. But it's never done with the expectation of doing that. And I think that's what great friendships are built upon. Great relationships are built upon that.
Oh yeah, and I mean, and like obviously, in those days, I, um, like a lot of drivers, that were able to be the competitive front running guys. You'd have other people that would want you to come and go testing with them, or and they would pay you to do some coaching work with them on some test days or whatever. And but like this particular guy that called and sent the set of tires for the runoffs, I mean, like I can remember many times after that I'd be at a race, even if I wasn't running that series anymore, and I'd go out and watch his session and come in and give him give him some feedback, and hey, you probably do this different. You should try this. If you've got video, once the video came along, be like, hey, let's watch your video. You need to be doing this different here, whatever. And I've never charged him a dime for it, because you help me out, I'm going to help you out. And
that's right.
And that's just the way of the world. I mean, that's the way it should work.
It's funny.
I agree.
We were, we were kind of talking about this earlier, with the guy making fun of McDonald's. I mean, just from doing this podcast, like me personally, Scott's been in racing a lot longer than me as far as like more behind the scenes, but just learned so much just about how the industry works and the people, like you're saying, like obviously we've interviewed over 100 people. With those 100 people, obviously there's people we've tried to get that have, gone out of their way to mess with us or whatever. And you learn, like, and I'll give you an example. I won't say any names, obviously, but there's one individual, very talented individual. I was always a real big fan of him until I talked to him, said he would do the podcast, and he just like was going out of his way to almost like mess with us and not do the podcast. And then I was like, well, now I understand why he's in the position that he's in. Very talented individual,
right.
Doesn't have the rides. And I was always like, why? Like, he seems like a very nice guy.
Yeah, no,
very talented. And then you see behind the scenes like that and you understand why.
Yeah. And it's like, it's funny because you and I have had a hard time, Aaron, we've been going back and forth trying to.
Yeah, but you did. You've been, I'm not talking about you,
but for me, it's a matter of survival.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
No, we understand that. It's for somebody like, and the opposite flip side of that, like Stingray Rob.
Oh,
I'm telling you, and I'll give you two people, Stingray Rob and Antron Brown.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, especially when it comes to Antron, because he's been in the game so long.
Right.
There is nobody that gets it more than Antron Brown. Nobody.
Sure. I don't know him, but obviously what I've seen of him, I get that. And Stingray, the same thing. I mean, I think Stingray's a pretty gracious young man. So
yes.
Stingray, anytime Aaron or I have interacted with him, just amazing.
Or asked him to, we've done several shows with Stingray. He's done our go-kart thing. He, I had talked to you about our Fast Times deal. He came out the first time. There was an issue with the track. And most people and we couldn't race. And most people would probably be like, well, too bad or whatever. But he was like, and he came back 2 weeks later. And he
Yeah.
definitely didn't have to do that. And we've had him on a
Sure.
couple other things as well. And it's just, it's things like that. And that's why Stingray, I mean, there's talk that he has a lot of sponsorship money for next year as well. And, that's the reason why, because he knows how to interact with people and he understands how.
No, for sure. And he seems like like I say, I don't, I've been around him a little bit. I don't really know him, but he just seems like a real good person. So
I mean, he really, really, really gets it. And I would tell anybody, if you had a young person who is wanting to be around this sport, spend a little time with Antron Brown or spend a little time with Stingray Rob and
sure.
really get an idea how these people are and how they interact with others. And I'm not saying it's something that everybody can emulate, but it's definitely something there's something you can take away from it.
Oh no, for sure. I mean, and again, it's and I've tried to explain that to a lot of the drivers that I've dealt with is that it's it's the on track part of it is only a small percentage of it.
It's
I mean,
that part right there.
yeah,
Yeah.
and the other stuff is stuff that matters, and I've tried to pound that into a lot of the kids that I've worked with, and like I say, this Wayne Boyd, this kid I was talking about, he went back to Ireland, after he did that partial season with Bilardi, and he didn't have anything. I talked to him, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm coaching, kids in go karts at the local go kart track, and blah, blah, blah." And then he hooked up with Zach Brown with United Auto Sports on their sports car program and started doing LMP3. And he won the Asian championship. He won the European championship. He won the 24 hours of Daytona this year in LMP3. He won at Indy a few weeks ago in LMP, and he's got a good gig going with him. And like I say, we went to dinner with him, and he hadn't seen my son since my son was probably in first or second grade when Wayne was living with us. And my son's about 3 inches taller than I am now. And so we went to the track and hooked up with him. And then that evening we went to dinner. And that's another good example of just a super gracious, pleasant, professional guy that gets it, and he's
Right.
whatever he is now, 30, something, and early 30s or whatever, 30-ish. And but the guy just gets it, and it's cool when you see that. And it's cool when you see these guys that don't have anything that can manage to get somewhere and get something meaningful,
I agree.
out of things. And so, and I've always tried to help however I can, and, but again, it's just so funny. But then every once in a while you run across, you'll run across that one that, and it's just like, they don't get it. They got attitude. They're cocky, and it's just like,
Well, the funny part about those ones too, they're sometimes they're the most frustrating because if they could only see the world from a different view, it's not like some of them do have the talent, not all,
Yeah,
but some do have the talent, but they don't have the work ethic a lot of times,
sure.
and because those two things kind of go hand in hand.
Oh yeah,
The aloofness and the lack of work ethic oftentimes seem to go hand in hand.
sure.
And they're the most frustrating because you have the hard part, what I deem the hard part, and that's the money part.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
To me,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
the hard part.
Exactly.
And that's what makes it so frustrating,
Yeah. And that's, like I say, it's funny because that's the thing that, for me, we've just, like I say, I certainly could have done it without my family, without a doubt, both my sisters and, my parents, so supportive and done everything they can. But, we were in a position that, there's only so much we could do, I mean, and I've always been creative, I mean, like, part of our certainty deal was, a bunch of building product, and, we had some stuff that went, well, and then with like the Gold Eagle, actually, it's funny, the Gold Eagle, we got a bunch of product, they were really pushing that. They had the leak stoppers at the time, which was,
yes,
the Gold Eagle
yes.
leak stoppers. So that was the primary on the car. And so the Speedway agreed, which is really cool, that how we put that all together is they let them use the 96 Indy 500 logo on the bottles. And so they did a bunch of bottles
Oh, wow.
that said as used in the 1996 Indy 500, and it had by number 44 Scott Harrington, and it had the logo on it. So the Speedway said, yes, if they're going to sponsor it, we'll let them do that, and which is really cool because in those days the Speedway was trying to help. I remember when I went there in '89, the Speedway was Coke at the time, and I had the local Pepsi distributor as a sponsor, and so we had Pepsi cups only in our like little bus hospitality area, and they came and shut us down. I'm like, well, they're a sponsor, and they're like, we're a Coke facility, kind of thing. But no, it was great then. It was, I mean, and it's changed over the years, and I understand it. I mean, the things have evolved over the years, but yeah, the Speedway was great. I mean, we talked to Tony and some of the other people at the Speedway, and they're like, sure, if you're going to sponsor, we don't have a problem. So we ended up getting a bunch of product as part of our sponsor deal, and ended up doing a deal with John Menard to sell that product out of the Menard stores.
Hey, is there anybody sharper than John Menard when it comes to those deals? I don't think
he's sharp, and he drives a hard bargain too.
Oh yeah, that's what I've heard.
Yeah,
I mean, I've heard, and I don't know John, but
trust me,
I've heard that.
It worked out pretty good for us, but it was real good for him. So and John's a great guy too. He's always been supportive too. And John's, when we were struggling to put the car together, all his guys, hey, what if there's anything you need, this would have been in '96 when we were putting that Lola together, the Lola Buick, and he's like, there's anything you guys need, and they helped us out with some input shafts and different things that we were having trouble finding. And so yeah, it's and that's the one thing about IndyCar that has been so cool over the years is that, and I don't know, I'm not really entrenched in it right now. I mean, I still do some coaching in the Road to Indy stuff, but over the years, it's been, if you had a problem, there's somebody there to help you. And hey, let me see if we got this, and hey, do you have this? And we need this. I mean, there were plenty of times that I remember my dad running IMSA, and unfortunately, the downside to that, is, and I think the IndyCar community is so tight, we've never had that problem. But I remember we were at Road Atlanta, my dad had a problem with his car at an IMSA race, and there's another guy that broke his shift linkage or something, in this car. And it was like a shift linkage system for like one of the M22, rock crusher transmissions or whatever that my dad had in his big block Camaro. And guy, he's like, yeah, I mean, because my dad wasn't going to start the race because I think we had an engine problem or something right before the race. And so the guy's like, hey, I broke my shift linkage. Would you let me borrow your shift linkage, and then we'll pull it off, and I'll get your address and I'll ship it back to you. Still never seen that shift linkage to this day, kind of thing. But it's funny that that is so rare, though. I mean, I can't tell you people that I've given a part to and gotten a brand new part back.
Yeah.
Or I've given this to, or even a piece of equipment, and it comes back in way better shape than it left in. And that is more the norm. I think is that it's just. I think our racing community here in the States for sure is a much closer family, I think, than it is maybe in other parts of the world.
When I worked, the only time I ever worked on IndyCar team was the '88 Speedway. Had 87 March, one of the worst race cars in history.
Yes.
And thankfully, finally killed it, put it out of its misery. So he still had a motor, and Spike was the driver, and Spike had known Dick Simon forever. And of course, that's obviously when Simon was really rolling about that time. He had all those cars and stuff. And he gave us all the parts for an 87 Lola, told us, put it together. That way I have a spare. If you guys come up with the money to pay the insurance on it,
sure,
you guys can qualify it. And it didn't come up with the money. It did go out and run. We're within like 2 miles an hour of being fast, or maybe just right at being fast enough to get in the show.
Sure.
But it was literally a Sunday last minute day type thing once the car was ready, which
been there, done that.
So. Yeah, which all about. And but that just shows, you know, there's a yin and yang to everybody, but I can tell you from my experience with Dick Simon, I mean, you know, he said, I think the guy's name was Gilbert, like
Yeah.
a,
Yeah.
and
I'm a
he said,
Gilbert, yeah.
yeah, he sent him down there to help kind of guide putting the car together. I mean, no, but you didn't have to do that. I mean, you know, I mean, so that's you're not going to find that hardly anywhere else in the world.
Well, I mean, and again, Dick's just one of those people that, another great guy, that we got to know really well over the years, and it's helped me out a ton, in situations where we were in a jam, and just good people,
Yeah.
Dick, his wife, they're just amazing people, and the fact
Yeah.
that the rumor that he's actually DB Cooper is always cracked me
We
up,
talk
so.
about that all the time.
Yep.
Because he
I
had
can see
like,
Dick,
He had
I can see Dick
he had
doing
the
that.
qualifications, right?
he had
Yeah,
the qualifications for it.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we always joke about that and laugh about that. It's like, yeah, he's being DB Cooper.
Yeah. Isn't that
but,
crazy?
yeah,
Hey,
but
they never caught him, so you never know, right?
yeah, right. So, but no,
They think now they have a pretty good idea
No,
who
I
that guy
did see
was.
that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, for years, I mean, Dick was just as viable as anybody else, right?
yeah, right. So yeah, that's pretty funny. But no, it's just it is cool that you do have that, and you see um, you see people that in this business, around IndyCar, and and it's like, and it's not quite what it was probably, but it's still, you see everybody helping everybody, and everybody,
Yeah.
I mean, it's because let's face it, it's for the good of the sport, I mean, it's, you don't want to, I mean, you've got a guy that maybe has a fan base that's at a particular race. Well, you know what? If they can't find this what's it, they may not be racing.
Well,
Or
I look at it like this, and I agree wholeheartedly. As a competitor, I don't want to beat you on your worst day.
oh yeah,
I
yeah,
want to beat you at your best day.
oh, yeah.
And that's always been my thought process to it. And that's why I would do my best to help out anybody, because I want to beat you, but I don't
Oh,
want
yeah.
to beat you while you're in the pits.
No, and absolutely, and that's one thing that I've told my son is that when he's has gotten down on himself in the tennis, is that playing a player that's better than you is only going to make you better.
That's
And
right.
Absolutely.
I never was one to go, well, if we go to this race, it's going to be real easy, and we can
Right.
clean up. I've always
Right.
gone, okay, well, the real competition is going to be right here, so that, and whether it was motorcycles or whatever, I mean, I can tell you for sure that I certainly learned a lot more on days where I got my ass handed to me
That's
than
right.
days that I walked away from everybody, and that's it goes without saying. So and it's, and again, like you said, I don't want to beat somebody because they had a problem. I don't want to beat a guy because he gets a flat tire. I want to beat him
Right.
heads up. I mean, I want to show who's best that day.
Yeah, I'd rather demoralize you than have you have bad luck.
Yeah, right. But
No,
yeah,
I agree. I absolutely agree with that.
it's like I say, it's been I'll be 60 years old in December, so I'm getting up there, and I've been around this game for a long time, and especially when you consider that growing up around it, in that level, and then transitioning, as my dad was still racing cars, me starting to race motorcycles, and then going through that at a high level, and then straight into cars. So, I mean, it's the only thing I've ever done. I've never bagged groceries at a grocery store. I never worked at a food mart or a fast food restaurant or anything. I mean, everything I've ever done has been racing related or automotive related. I mean, when I was a kid, I worked in our repair shop, busting tires or doing brake jobs or whatever, but it's always been automotive and racing related. So.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, I haven't been lucky that way. I do have a real job, whatever a real job is, but I will tell you that it is off 69, and 69 Gas City Speedway is off 69.
Oh yeah.
And some Fridays I can stand at that window and start watching the trucks and trailers go by.
Oh yeah,
Man, it's everything in me not to just run away and join the circus again.
yeah.
You know?
No, yeah. I actually live right off 69 up around like 96th Street and 69
Oh
out
yeah,
towards
that's
Guy.
right where I work is right
Yeah,
there. So
yeah. I live out off 96th Street out towards Guys. Not on Guys. I'm not. I don't have that kind of money, but now we
right.
live up in the northeast side. But yeah, it's funny you mentioned Gas City because I had a guy ran into him at some function, and I had met him before, but I really didn't know him, recognize his face. And people don't understand. Uh, and this isn't being arrogant at all. Number one, I'm so ADD, it's unreal. I think a lot of drivers are, but and I'm horrible with names. I'm
I'm
terrible with
terrible with
names,
names.
and so it's really funny because I would like I mean, all through my career, whether it was, girlfriend or later my wife, and I'd see somebody that I totally recognize, but I totally forgotten their name. And they come up and they're like, "Hey, Scott, how's it going?" And so, I mean, girlfriends and my wife would get so pissed at me because I wouldn't say, their name or anything. I'm like, "Oh, have you met my wife, Marcy?"
Yeah.
And then I would just stop. I wouldn't say anything and let my wife or my girlfriend be like, "Oh yeah, hey, I'm Marcy, well, I'm Dan Smith or whatever,
Right.
They'll be like, "Oh yeah, Dan," but you get that all the time, and you meet so many people at that level, like, especially during the month of May. I mean, you meet so many people during the month of May, and you recognize faces and stuff. And ran into this guy, and he was involved with a sprint car, USAC sprint car, and I ran into him at some function, and we got to talking, and for life of me, again, can't remember the guy's name, but he's like, "Yeah, man." He's like, "We need to get you in a sprint car." So we worked on it for a while, and they were going to run me up at Gas City, and it never came to fruition. But probably a good thing. I probably killed myself, but yeah. So that was going to be my one time experience in a USAC car on a proper dirt track. So it's funny. We used to race motorcycles actually down at Paragon Speedway. And
yeah, I remember that. I remember that track. And I never raced on, but I remember that track. Yeah.
Yeah, they used to do obviously they do USAC stuff and different things and on the oval, but they built a night track, and they paid really good money. And I was still in high school, and I'd load my bike up, and I'd take my my van and trailer, just drive to school, park in the school parking lot. As soon as school was out, I'm on my way to Paragon, and they were paying good money at the time. And so I'd bring my 125 and my 250 and run two classes. And hell, this is in like 1983, 84. And, between that and then we go to North Webster, which raced Saturday night. So we'd go Friday night at Paragon, Saturday night at North Webster, and then whoever was running on Sunday, I'm running, on a pro license, they're paying money, and it might be $150 a moto. Well, you win three, two classes and you win all four motos, that's $600 in one night in 1984, for a 17-year-old, you're like, I was like, that is great, man. and then so I made good money doing the motorcycles, I mean, being a 17, 18-year-old, I'm buying the latest, greatest, Kenwood receiver and then the latest, Opus One speakers or whatever, and furniture for my room, and stuff like that. And, and then I started racing cars, and then I was like living on, hand to mouth, for years, so
you were selling your speakers and your Kenwood
receiver. I was selling everything. I was born and raised in Louisville, third generation University of Louisville. Not that I got my degree, but racing took place there. But I did a couple of years there, off and on. But and then moved to Chicago, and spent. I was in Chicago for a little over 5 years, and living down the city, which was great. I was young and single at the time, and I lived right downtown. And it was awesome. But this year, it's 2024, it'll be 30 years that I've been in Indy. So I've lived in Indy longer than I've lived any place in my life, and I just love it here. And obviously racing's what brought me here. I mean, if it wasn't for the racing, I sure wouldn't be here, and it's, it's home to me now. I still have family down in Louisville, and get down there, for holidays and time to time. But people have asked me, well, why don't you move back to Louisville? That's kind of it's not Indy. I love Louisville. I'll always be a Ville guy,
Right.
but no, Indy's just, I can't imagine not being here.
Yeah, I've said it a million times. It's all because of that one place, and
Oh yeah,
um, everything I am, good or bad,
oh yeah,
is mostly because of that place. I mean, obviously, I have parents, obviously, but their influence and all the roads leading here, boy, yeah,
well, and it's just, I know, a lot of guys that maybe their career didn't go the way they wanted it to go, or whatnot. But I try not to have any regrets. You know what I mean? I mean, and there's I know so many guys that are so bitter. I mean, yeah, sometimes you're like, well, God, if only this happened, or if that had happened, or I wish this had happened. I wish I'd run 24 hours of Le Mans or whatever. But there's some guys that are just so down on it, and it's you just can't have regrets. I mean, financially, would I be a whole lot more successful if I'd done something else? Probably so. But I wouldn't trade it for the world. I mean, wouldn't
right.
trade my experiences for anything. There's not enough money in the world to for me to do things differently.
Yeah, for anybody who's bitter like that, and I know these people too. I know people who crawl inside the bottle or use whatever drugs
Right.
because their careers didn't turn out the way they want. All these people got to understand something. You are the 1% of the 1% who's ever walked this earth. You've literally lived a life that is so unknown to 99.9% of the people who's ever walked this earth. So you just have to put yourself in perspective to everything and
Oh yeah.
know that you have lived a life that is so unthinkable to many people, and not because you're special or different. It's because it's somehow or another that's where you ended up.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know.
I mean, I consider myself massively fortunate, and
Yep.
again,
Me
very
too.
blessed that I was able to do that. I mean, I have nothing but thanks and appreciation for the fact that I was able to do that. And um, we certainly worked really hard to get there, but plenty of people that work really hard to get there. That I mean, like I say, there's a reason the Jigger Award is the Jigger Award. Here's a guy that
Right.
would have been on pole if he hadn't waved his runoff, and he ended up never making the Indy 500 ever.
Right.
And
Well,
so it's
uh,
I mean,
it,
it's
it
crazy.
and especially especially I don't know. I mean, it's different today, but especially like for the guys, especially the guys who own cars for so many years, they were just sportsmen,
Oh
right?
yeah,
They did it for the love of it. And Carl Gilhausen, who's Spike's dad, his friends used to tell him, "If you quit spending money on those race cars, look how much money you would have." And he
right.
said, "If I didn't have these race cars, I wouldn't work this hard." He said, "I
Oh yeah.
do everything because I love this so much."
Oh yeah, yeah. I
Uh,
mean, and that's and you kind of miss those days too when you had
yeah,
you know, you had the Dick Hammonds, Gore Racing, the Genesee
sure.
Beer Wagon. You
Absolutely.
had,
The
you know,
Galen Fox is, Galen Fox
yeah,
is one of my all-time heroes,
oh yeah,
and his sons. I have
yeah,
so much
and
respect
you've
for
got
them.
all these sportsmen that owned teams, and
Yep.
because of the love of it, and I mean it's and you think back, even before that, especially like, I mean, I look back, I'm a huge fan of the Roadster, era. I mean, I love the
Mhm.
Roadsters. I think those things are the biggest works of art on the planet,
Yep.
and my I'm not sure my son gets it because we go to the museum and I see a Roadster and I'm way more excited about the Roadster than I am, the the Lion Dyke, track
Sure.
record setter over here. I'm like, yeah, I've driven those, man. This is cool, and but look back in those days, and you had the Boyle special, and you had all these people, and that's,
JC Agajanian.
and yeah, all these people that they were, like you say, they were sportsmen, and they owned, they owned a car because they loved it, and wanted to be a part of it, and it was, it's, I understand things change, but it's, you kind of have to miss a little bit of that, and you had people that were, it was, and believe me, I understand that, but today, obviously, it's much more of a business. Then it was much more of a passion, and I think that you had guys that were, involved in it because they were just so passionate about it. And I'm not saying that the guys, the owners today aren't passionate, because I'm sure they are, but it's much more of a
different.
business.
I will say one thing I thought was really cool. The and you're talking about sportsmen. Look at Andy Granatelli, the Granatelli family.
For sure.
My goodness, one of the greatest personalities who's ever walked the face of the earth.
Absolutely.
And loved racing. How lucky we all were that he loved racing, right?
No, I mean, for sure. I mean, I'll never forget that. Like I say, we had an auto repair business, and we were we had a parts warehousing business too, but we were a distributor for STP products. Sure. And so I remember when they, like when they would do the crew outfits with all the STP logos,
we got
all
some.
over. Yeah. Well, yeah. So they would send us some of that stuff, being a distributor, and I remember as a kid, man, I can remember my STP t-shirt, and I thought I was the coolest thing on earth. I mean,
yep.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah.
Look at to this day, that logo still endures to this day. And even the band STP, Stone Temple Pilots, used pretty much that logo.
Oh yeah.
For themselves. And it's just it's amazing how some piece of art just captivated so many people. But it only happens because Andy Granatelli was this man who was just this self-promoter, promote all. I got an Andy Granatelli story for you. Parnelli was talking, and you may have heard this. He's told this story before. Parnelli was talking about he goes to Phoenix with he's going to test his Colt at Phoenix, right? This is 67. Parnelli really loved the race cars that they built. He took great pride in that. And they're building a turbine. And Granatelli's like, hey, would you run this thing for me? And he's like, yeah, I'll test it. And he said, I ran it. He said, there were some things I liked, some things I didn't like. And he said, so Andy's just on me about driving this thing. And he said, man, I really like the car I've got. My car's a really good race car. And he said, Andy goes, well, you think about it and you give me a number and you get back with me. So he sits down at his kitchen table. He goes, well, I drive this thing for 30 grand. He said, no, I'm not going to give up my car for 30 grand. 50 grand? Nope. Finally gets to 100 grand. He says, no way Andy's ever going to pay me 100 grand. He calls Andy, says 100 grand. Andy says, deal's done. He said, damn, I should ask for more money.
Right. Yeah. You the rule number one in negotiating, don't throw the first number on the table, so.
Right. But, he goes 100 grand. He said, yep, deal's done.
Yeah, that's funny. That's hilarious. But no, that's, and he was such a promoter. And if you look, I mean, like you say, I mean, if it wasn't for Andy Granatelli, you wouldn't, that logo would just be a passing fad. You wouldn't even think anything about it. You know what I mean? But Andy's just such a promoter,
But one thing, what did he understand? And this ties this entire conversation full circle. He understood entertainment.
Yep, absolutely.
First and foremost, he understood entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Andy Granatelli would be like the P.T. Barnum of auto racing. I mean, he knew what a show was, and he knew, and he had a good feel for what people wanted, and what they were gonna, what was gonna, catch their attention and get their excitement. And no, it's, I mean, you look at some of the guys like that, Agajanian, was, he was a great promoter, and you just got,
Sure.
I mean, Humpy Wheeler, in NASCAR, same deal, and you just had some, some people that just over the years that have really gotten it and gotten,
Yeah.
and,
And their names still endure to this day.
oh yeah,
And you could be a casual fan, but if you're even a casual fan who's around the speedway enough knows who JC Agajanian is.
oh, for
And
sure.
JC
Yeah.
hasn't been part of the speedway now in 40 years.
Yeah, it's,
yeah.
and it just, and the, which is so cool that, like, you're talking about Jagger, that, this paint scheme and stuff that they're running on his, his, I still call it lights, Indy Next, whatever you want to call it now.
Right.
It always be lights to me. But I mean, to me, that, because those are the cars that I loved, old Calhoun, I mean, all the, the Watson, Roadsters, the Kuzmas, all these, the Curtis Crafts, all these Roadsters that just, were just works of art, and I'm real fortunate because when I came through, we were
Did you meet AJ? Did you ever get to know AJ Watson? Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was getting ready to say.
So my dad worked at Grant King's for years.
Okay. Yeah.
And he and Watson were good buddies. I mean,
yeah.
And AJ, I feel sorry for anybody who loves racing, who loves cars, who never knew AJ Watson, because AJ Watson, again, was exactly who you thought he was. Amazing craftsman, but not only was he an amazing craftsman, he was also a guy who figured out simplicity.
Oh yeah,
like he wouldn't make things overly complicated.
No, for sure. Yeah, it's really, that's what I was saying, is that it's so cool because, like I say, the Swift came along. It was the first composite Atlantic car, and but we were running Ralts, so in up until '87, the Swift made its debut right at the end of '87. They had an East-West Formula Atlantic shootout kind of deal, big 50 grand to win or something like that, and it made its debut there. But there were only like one or two cars there, Swifts there, and then but the Ralts had dominated for years, and so if we had a little bit of tub damage, it was either at Watson's shop, Bill Finley's shop, our
Howerton's.
Yeah. And that was not the son's Howerton.
Right. Not Ricky and Jeff, but
right.
Jackie.
Yeah, it was Jackie. So but it's just so cool because I think it was Finley built us this wing, and I can't remember this thing was just like the trickiest wing. It was because the Ralts, the stock Ralt wing, was just a single element with a flap, and then you had a gurney on the flap. This thing was like a miniature Indy wing. If you remember the Indy wings at the time, they were like 7-element wings. So you had a leading element, then the main plane, and then some other elements. But this thing was absolute work of art, and so we ran this thing on the Atlantic car. It was a really trick wing, and so when we stole all this stuff, we took that off and and kept it. So I had a bunch of old Atlantic stuff, and this would have been like 1990. I didn't have much going. I did a couple of one-offs, and so this guy calls me as a team. He's like, "Hey man, you got any money?" I'm like, "Nope." And so we started talking. I'm like, "No, but I got a bunch of old Atlantic stuff." So they wanted me to run Mosport Atlantic race, or Montreal and Mosport, and so I'm like, "Yeah, I got a bunch of Atlantic stuff. If you want to do a trade out, we can. You want to see what I got?" I said, "I'll kind of inventory everything. I'll tell you what I got, and we'll go from there." So I inventoried everything, and he hemmed and hawed. He's like, "Oh, fine, let's do it." And literally 15 years later, I was at some race, and he's running some car, and that wing is on that car.
Oh wow!
And he's still got that wing. He's like, "Man, it's the best wing I ever had. I'm never getting rid of it." But yeah, so that's what I was saying. It was cool that I was able to come up in an era that I got to meet those guys, and especially because, like I say, I had such a close relationship with Larry Nash that, and Larry knew all those guys obviously very well, and I'll never forget, I mean, I met so many people through Larry, when I was really young, I mean, even before I started racing Atlantics and stuff. And I remember going out, Larry Nash, the first time I ever went to the Speedway, Larry had invited us up. It was a funny deal because Larry was working for Gore Racing and with Galen. And, they built that, Larry actually went with Galen over to March to build that stock block. They were real involved in the building and design of that stock block car they ran. If you remember, they ran the stock block.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Oh yeah.
Then in 85 or whenever it was. And so, like I say, we were the Sports Renault dealer, and we had ads running in different publications and stuff like that. And so we get this call one day, and this guy's like, "Hey, I want to take a look at these things." And we had a shop out on our farm. At that time, we were running the deal out of our shop on the farm. It's a pretty decent sized shop that we had built out there. And so Larry drives down, and so it's Larry that wanted to, look at the cars. And he drives down, looks at the car, checks it out, and we're like, he's like, "Yeah, well, I just, I'm working for this IndyCar team and blah, blah, blah." And he was like, I've never driven, and I've always wanted to try my hand. I did a driver's school, with Gary Bentonhausen when I was working for him. We went up to just get barber school at Bridgehampton and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, I want to try my hand at driving. And so ended up, we worked a deal. So then he invited us up to the Speedway. So man, my dad and I went to Speedway. I'd never been there. And I was just in awe. That was like a year or two before they tore down the original garages. So I got up there with the original garages.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so which was super cool. And so he took us in the garage and showed us around, and I was just like, wow, this is, everything I thought it would be. And so we worked a deal out with Larry. For him, we ended up moving the cars up to Indianapolis. Larry was living whatever the street is that runs east-west. It's the last street north before you on the west side of the Speedway before you get to the Coke lot.
Oh yeah, it dead ends at Speedway, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn, what's that
Georgetown?
road? No, it's the one where the Hardys and everything's located. The post office, the Hardys, everything's located on.
Oh,
no, it's the one that you go. If you leave the Speedway heading west,
yeah,
it
I know
goes up and then it curves right around the Coke lot.
Oh, you're talking about the other one. Oh, you're talking about the one
it's a numbered street, I believe.
Yeah, by Finley's house, 30th Street. It's by Finley's house. You could get to Finley's from where it dead ends. You turn right, one street up, you turn right again.
Well, Larry Nash had there's another place, and I can't remember, like Lindsay Hopkins or somebody owned the house that Larry was in, but it was down before you get. I think it was on that street. Maybe it was a couple streets in.
No, so I think it was off 30th Street, right? And it was like
it had like a 3 or 4 car garage behind it.
Yeah,
small little white house at the time.
Yep, I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so we did a deal, because we had other businesses we were running as well, and so we did a deal with Larry where we would Larry would keep the cars in his building, and he would take care of the prep on them on these Sports Renaults, and then when we had an open car, because we were one of the first teams or businesses that started renting cars for weekends. Nobody was really doing it then, and so we did a deal. I mean, this shows you that how inflation and how things have changed. So we did a deal where they had a professional series for that. It was sponsored by Lucas Electronics. Not Lucas Oils, Lucas Electronics. And it was a Lucas Challenge, is what it's called. So it was a pro series for those cars, and really competitive. I mean, big time competitive, and pay pretty good money. And then but as a dealer, we had to service nationals and stuff like that, and go to regional races and whatnot. We're out at IRP and all over the Nelson Ledges, and Grattan, Michigan, Mid Ohio, all over the place. So and then the pro series was all over, So anyway, so we bought a couple extra cars, and we had our 2 cars, and then and we started renting those, and man, I mean, in those days, and we were making money. For a pro race, it was $1,200 for the weekend, and you paid for your own tires, and those tires were nothing. They were under $100 a piece. And an SCCA national was $1,000. And if you committed to a season lease, which was 8 racers or more, it was $800 a race across the board. You know, and we were making money doing that. And
That's
the
funny.
thing is, the pro races, they paid like $3,500 to win back then. So a guy could potentially make money doing this, you know? So we got hooked up with Larry. And the deal was that when we had, if we had an open car, that, you know, Larry could drive. So Larry got to drive. So, you know, Larry did some races with us, but, you know, and stuff like that. But, you know, so Larry and I, like say, we were together forever, and, you know, and off and on in different series. But it was so cool, you know, developing that relationship with Larry. Because I'd help him out with the driving, you know, and you know, he's showing me, you know, some new skills that, you know, because he's such a, if you've ever been around him at all, he's such a meticulous guy. It's unreal. I mean, I've never seen cars prep like his. And so yeah, so we, you know, I learned a lot from him, and I think, you know, he learned a lot about the driving from me, and there's just always been a big mutual respect there. But it was so cool just to, you know, because he knew so many people, you know, to get to go around and meet all these people. And that, I'll never forget the first time he took me down to, and I was young, he took me down to Bentonhausen's, and God love Gary, man, he was a piece of work. And
yeah, you definitely met Gary. Now, to be fair, I was only around Gary a little bit.
Oh, he was something else. And he's like, we go down there, and he had a Silver Crown car in his shop down in his place. You know, he had some property down there. And so I started hopping the Silver Crown car, and I started to get in from the right side. And you know, he's like, whoa, what are you doing? You know, and I'm like, what? He's like, man, that horse will buck you if you get on. You got to get on from the left side. You never get in a car from. And I have never gotten in any Formula car, anything from the right side, ever, never. You know, and
that's funny.
And, you know, and then of course, you know, the next thing with Gary is, you knew that, you know, within minutes the Bloody Marys are flowing. You know, I mean, he was God, he was something else. But it's really funny. Another good Bentonhausen story. So when Sam Schmidt and I in '98, when we were teammates, and Larry was running the deal, and Gary was there, you know, and Larry kind of brought him on board to help Sam and I out, you know, kind of driver coach, you know, advisor, whatever you want to call it.
Hey, I just want to say something real quick. I'm as guilty as this as anybody. Like, if anybody knows any stories about Gary Bentonhausen, it's always these types of stories, right? They're just hilarious. For the record, I think Gary Bentonhausen is by far one of the most talented race car drivers I ever saw in my life.
Absolutely. All-time heroes.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it. I think Gary was I mean, he's definitely top of my list.
Do what he did with one arm.
No,
the career he had after his injury was amazing. It's just, I mean,
you watch him come up and swing his arm up and use it as his hand as an ashtray. You know, I mean, just, you know, the tube he had so he could smoke a cigarette in pit lane. You know, I mean, he was, but as a driver, I mean, you know, all those stories are great. There's some wonderful, you know, GB stories, but the fact of the matter is, as a driver, the guy was phenomenal. But,
unbelievable.
Yeah, but we're at Indy, and Sam had gotten going really fast, and I wasn't real comfortable with Sam's setup, and so we're thinking about it, and you know, I was a few mile an hour off, and so, you know, we're going, you know, round and round, we're trying to figure things out, and you know, whatnot, and so we come back the next morning, and Gary walks in, he's like, "Hey, guys, come here, I got the solution." And he can't just tell us the solution. He's like, "All right, man." He's like, "I was on the shitter this morning." No, he's like, "I was on the shitter this morning doing my business." He's like, and I was sitting there, and this idea came to me, you know, and he filled us in on this idea. And I kid you not, okay, let's try it. We go out, boom, we're like 2.5 mile an hour faster, you know, and I just never forget, because Gary's like, "That's where your best ideas come. First thing is, you know, morning constitution." You know, I thought that was the funniest, man. I mean,
you know,
he was
Gary,
such a good dude.
Gary, such a great race car. Pancho Carter's another one.
Oh,
people don't realize what a brilliant race car driver Pancho Carter was. And again, most people in IndyCar only know him after his injuries.
Oh yeah.
I watched him run sprint cars,
Oh, he
and
was badass.
I
Badass.
mean, as uh, as great as race car driver in my opinion who's ever lived. But
Yeah, Poncho was I have the utmost respect for Poncho. It's funny because I over at the school in Mid Ohio, the Cole works with us from time to time.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I've gotten to know Cole pretty well, but yeah, Poncho's always been a great guy, So
yeah, it just. But Gary, man, it's too bad. I really wish that like some of those guys could be around today where there's a little more media so you could really hear them tell their stories.
Oh, I mean, some of the best,
Yeah.
I mean, I went to the deal they had at the Speedway where they were honoring Bobby Unser. They had at the museum
they had
one evening.
Ray. Is that the one where they had like Ray Hall and
it was like was it like the roast? It was kind of like a Bobby Unser roast, wasn't it? Was that it?
Well, yeah, this one it was Al Senior wasn't there. I'm real good friends with Johnny Unser, and so I hung with Johnny all night. I took my son with me, but it was some deal they were honoring. It was a invitation only deal one evening at the Speedway, and but Mario was like the kind of hosting it, and those two got going, and some of the stories they told, talking about running an F1 race and at Monza or somewhere, and they had flown back to the States to qualify for the IndyCar race, and then they were on their way to the track, and they're flying through traffic, and how that they get to the gate and there's all these guys, and if you've ever been around Bobby Unser, you know how Bobby was, and he's like,
what?
and these soldiers, son, have these rat-a-tat guns, and he's like, and Mario just told me to drive right through that gate, and so he talks about all these military guys surrounding the car, and then they get there and they won't let him race. But I have never been more doubled over laughing than hearing those two guys. And it's like you say, it's such a shame that we're losing so many of them now, because it's just, I mean, they're icons, and I mean, you look at some of the stories, and I had the pleasure of being around Dan Gurney a little bit, and what an amazing man Dan was, and it's just unfortunate that all these guys were my heroes, and unfortunately we're losing more and more of them.
Yeah, it's Dan. I was only around Dan just a handful of times when PJ drove for him. I don't even know if we ever truly met, but it's humbling to be around people who've accomplished so much, and yeah, it's funny, it's such a weird world. Like you find out years later, Parnelli is the one who basically convinced Bobby he could run Indy cars.
Oh yeah,
and it helped him get like his first IndyCar deal, and it's just again like kind of again full circle, like helping people out, and take going out of your way to look after someone else when you don't have to.
Oh no.
And that is something I think that is lost today. I mean, people always know the great days, right? And like Parnelli and Hurtubise come back here with their sprint cars with Chevys in them, and they're living in back of out of the back of a station wagon. And they would park on the side of the road next to farmers' fields, and when they'd have corn, they'd get a couple of ears of corn, and they'd cook the corn, and and everybody always wants to talk about all the great days for these people. Well, those are the days that make the great days. And
for sure. I mean, it's, like I say, I mean, you look back on it, and again, I'm just such a huge fan of the sport.
And you've got your own stories like that, right? And you've been so gracious to share those with us. And I have those stories. Aaron's actually worked with Bobby. He worked with Bobby in a T-shirt deal, and
cool.
and he's gotten to do stuff with Little Al, and
Yeah,
And so
awesome.
he has all of his great interactions with all these people now too. And it's just those things to me are just precious. And
Yeah, but it's just it's sad, because I mean, like I say, I mean, you've got, you know, obviously we lost, both Bobby and Al Senior, and then
yeah,
Gurney, and I mean, obviously, some of these other guys, I mean, Mario still seems pretty fit as a fiddle, but
Mario's great. Foyt,
Floyd,
amazingly,
believe it or not, yeah, that guy's like a cat, man. I mean,
he's like a
if anybody's
tank.
ever, yeah,
He's like
if
a
anybody's,
tank. You
yeah,
know,
9 lives, that's AJ, but but I mean, obviously, Parnelli's health is declining, and
yeah,
I mean, it's just you know,
yeah.
it's sad because it's
It's I was lucky enough to be around him when he was still in his, what I assume was like his early 60s until today, and so I actually got to take a ride with him in one of his commemorative Mustangs that they did that Celine built.
yeah.
Or was this? Yeah, Steve Saline built those, and he took me for a ride by the house out there in California. And
Was that one of those that
the
mustard
orange
colored?
ones,
Yeah,
yeah,
orange. Yeah. Was he? That was my dad's era because I remember
yeah,
Parnelli
oh
running
yeah,
those things.
absolutely. And so Parnelli took me out in
Yeah.
one of the replicas, and even at whatever age he was at that time, and I don't remember the exact year of the age, Parnelli Jones could still drive because
Oh yeah.
he wasn't taking it easy on that car.
Oh yeah.
And you know how the hills are in California,
Oh, yeah.
up in that up in by Torrance and all that, and it's just, but there you really get a sense of, and you can pick any one of them or any person really who's accomplished a lot of great things. If you're around them in a little bit, you can really start seeing the reasons why
Oh
they
yeah.
accomplish what they
Yeah,
do.
no doubt about it, man. I mean, it's um, I mean, you look at guys like that, and like I say, as a kid, I can remember, it was so funny because, and you pick up on these things even as a kid.
Yeah.
I can remember picking up on these things because, watching Mark Donahue, and he was always like super smooth, and just real precise. And Parnelli was just like a bulldog, man. I mean,
Yeah.
if he, he drives through you just as soon as past you, I mean, and that was, I can remember that, and you'd look and bumpers are hanging off his car, whatever, and
Well,
wheel marks on the door,
but you know
it's
what's
crazy.
funny, and I've always said this too, and I think all great race drivers drive to their personality. So if that's who you are, that's how you race. Mark Donahue, by all accounts, one of the smarter guys to ever
Oh,
drive a race
no
car.
doubt about it.
And he raced. That was who he. That's how he raced.
Have you ever
I
read his
mean,
book?
I have not had a chance to read it yet.
You
I've
guys
wanted
need
to read it.
you guys need to read it. I have recommended it to almost every young driver because he was such a smart guy and he had such an engineering mind. I mean, to this day, something I read in that book, because I read that book when I was younger. My dad had it, and I've read it. I've probably read that book 50 times. And I tell every driver, I told Jacob Abel, if you're going to race, you need to read this. He did. He had to do a essay on a book in high school, and he did it on the unfair advantage. Which how many years has that book been around? And
Yeah.
so, but like here's a perfect example. He was running his, I think it was his first Formula One race at Mossport, and they'd done a deal for him to run. I think it was a March or something like that. And so it was raining, and his engineering mind, he thought, okay, things are compromised in the wet. The vehicle's dynamics are compromised in the wet. And he thought about it, where are they more compromised? Are they compromised in, a, accelerating braking fashion more, or in a cornering fashion more? And in his mind, he figured that because of weight transfer and things like that, they were probably less compromised in acceleration and braking. And so he decided in his mind, that he's like, so I just figured it out. And I figured that if you go like hell down he goes, where do most people crash in the rain, in the turns? He's like, so go like hell down the straights, brake as hard as you can, basically tiptoe through the turn and just make it a series of drag races. And I developed that, and I'll never forget being at Watkins Glen in the Can-Am race. It was pouring down rain, and I literally came onto the front straightaway at Watkins Glen at the end of the first lap, and I looked in the mirrors, and I'm like going into turn one, and I don't see anybody. I mean, I just was gone, but I always drove that way in the wet, but that's, I'm like, okay, that makes perfect sense to me, that, you're going to be less compromised, in a straight line than you are. And, and there's so many things I picked up in his book that, I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing that I used throughout my career. And I mean, the guy was brilliant. I mean, absolutely brilliant. But literally, I've told, virtually any, like, especially drivers that are really new, I'm like, get that book and read it. You will take things out of that book that will serve you throughout the rest of your career. But it's a good read. It really is. If you guys ever get a chance to read it,
I'll get it and read it.
I'll tell you another good one too. And I can't remember if it was on Netflix or Prime, but if you haven't seen it, and but Tommy Byrne, do you guys know who Tommy is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Tommy,
he's Mid Ohio. He does stuff in Mid Ohio, right? Tommy.
Yeah, but Tommy was like, he won like the British, Formula 4 championship, European Formula 4 championship, British Formula 2000 championship, European Formula 2000 championship, British Formula 3 championship, European Formula 3 championship, Ford Festival. He drove for Theodore in Formula 1. When he quit racing Indy Lights, he was the winningest driver in the history of Indy Lights.
Right. No.
Aaron, have you read his book or seen the documentary?
I haven't. No, I haven't. There's a documentary on Prime. Is that what you said?
I think it's on Prime or Netflix, if it's still on there. I've got it on DVD and I've got the book. It's called Crash and Burn, and it's the greatest driver you never knew. And I mean, people like, big time people in the sport, say Tommy's probably one of the greatest drivers that ever lived. And, it is the documentary, the book, as Tommy says, Tommy is a piece of work. That Tommy says the book is more I don't want to say X-rated. I can't remember how I said it, but where the documentary is a little more tame. But I mean, his story is off the charts. I mean,
I'll definitely check it out.
I mean, you guys, trust me. I mean, anybody I've told, even people that aren't huge into racing, they're like, I read that thing in one sitting. It's not a very long book, it's not that long, but I know people are like, man, I had a 4-hour flight and I never put the book down, and I finished it on the plane. I mean, it's that entertaining. And then the documentary is really good. And, he kind of got screwed by Ron Dennis at McLaren. They didn't give him full throttle. He earned a test by winning the Formula 3 championship. And they didn't give him full throttle. He still was faster. His times would have put him on the front row for the Grand Prix, the weekend before. I mean, it's just an amazing story. So, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you a book. I'll tell a book you need to read. You're you're familiar with who Randy Lanier is?
Oh yeah,
yeah. His book, and we know Randy. We've done several things with Randy.
Sure.
He it's a really good book. I actually have it. It's over there. Survival of the Fastest. It's a great book.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually, that's on my list to get. So it's on my Christmas list. But I watched the documentary,
Netflix documentary. Yeah,
yeah, sure. I watched that, and then I watched him on Dale Jr.'s podcast.
Oh, okay. Again, I want to say, who you think he is, that is who that man is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just so everybody understands.
Oh, no.
Who you think he is, that's exactly who he is.
He's a gunslinger, man.
I got to spend pretty much a whole weekend with him. So we did a thing at the Grand King shop. They do like speaker series. It's been a while since they did one, but we did one with Randy, and I got to spend pretty much all day on a Saturday with them, and it was entertaining to say the least.
Yeah, it's because he was around in my dad's IMSA days, so
sure,
and the Whittingtons, and
yeah,
and even I was a little older then, but and obviously, you had a lot of people talking, and there was another two guys. I don't think they ever went to jail, but the rumors were they were kind of part of that whole scene. It was the Leon brothers, was Art Leon, and can't remember the other one's name. I think they were originally from Puerto Rico, and they ended up buying Road Atlanta during that time period, back in the 80s.
Oh, okay.
And then I think the Whittingtons ended up buying it from them, I believe, or they bought it from the Whittingtons. One or the
Randy
other.
owned it at some point too, because I remember him talking about that.
Yeah, because they used to land planes there.
Well,
so,
someone asked him about that at the thing we did, and he said if it happened, he wasn't aware of it.
Yeah, I think the Whittingtons did, and
it's very possible.
Because I mean, it can be done, because I remember there was an IMSA race we were down there for, and Bobby Allison, they brought in NASCAR was off that weekend, and Bobby had some twin engine turboprop that he landed at the track. And I remember they rolled it off and had it tied down, to the right of the pit exit in turn one the whole race weekend, and but he flew it in and out on the track. But
Bobby loved that plane. We had him on the show one time. Bobby loved that plane.
Yeah. So there were the Leon brothers, and also you had John Paul Sr. and whatnot, and and which is that's a sad deal, because John Paul Jr. was a super good friend of mine, and
super talented.
Talented,
and people forget that part.
Massively talented and a superhuman being, and it's just a shame that his career got cut short, basically because of his dad, and when you're 16 years old and your dad's telling you, hey, we got to unload this plane, what are you going to do? And
that's right.
The only reason he didn't go to jail, or he did go to jail, is because he wouldn't testify against his dad.
That's right.
And it's like, I mean, hell, and it just, it's a sad deal. But it was really good. I have a friend of mine that's she was friends with Darlene, who was John's longtime girlfriend. I don't think they ever got married or anything, but anyway, when John got sick, she was right there, and he got to the point where we wouldn't talk on the phone much because he was embarrassed. And I talked to her a couple of times, and then I remember he finally called me one day. I was just like, tell him to call me, and he called me one day, and it just made my day. He struggled to talk and whatnot, but he's just hey buddy, how's it going? And whatnot. And, that's one of the things I'm grateful for, is that I was able to talk to him not too long before, I mean, I hadn't talked to him in years before that, but
I don't think there's anybody who knows a little bit about that story. He doesn't have it's hard. I mean, I couldn't imagine having to go through what he went through. And it's, and you got this, you're put in this strange position where you're protecting somebody who would never have done it for you. I mean, I think that's a pretty obvious deal. I don't think Dad would have ever done for him.
Yeah, I mean, the Senior was the biggest waste of human flesh on the planet, but
he's still on the loose too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's only killed multiple people, and then I'm sorry, but the thing
I'm gonna just throw allegedly on there. Just for anybody who's listening, allegedly.
Well, I mean, he's got a point, because I mean, the last two, he dated one woman and then she disappeared, and then he dated another one and then she disappeared, I believe.
Yeah,
I could be wrong, but it was something along
those.
Well, this is fact.
Just so if there's anybody interesting who has interest in
those are facts. They disappear.
Else.
They disappear. We don't know what happened to them, but they disappear.
This is also a fact, okay? And this is the thing that. And I'm not making a joke about it because somebody was severely injured. Sure. But if I'm going to go to a boat ramp in the middle of the night and gun down a federal witness, shoot him 7 times, I'm going to make damn sure he's dead, right?
Yeah.
The guy survived and testified against him. I mean, it's like, what the hell? I mean, that whole story is just crazy. But no, I mean, but John Paul Jr. was just. He's just amazing guy. And it's we were doing it. Here's the great John Paul Jr. story for you guys. We were doing a deal for Mercedes and John had this bright yellow turbo Porsche, and we were doing a deal for Mercedes, and we were doing it at Daytona, the Speedway. It was a ride and drive with, you know, Mercedes production cars, and a whole big group of us. And so we're leaving the track, and John left a little bit before us, and he had driven down in his own car. So he's in this Porsche. So he comes out and, you know, onto the, you know, International Boulevard or whatever that is there. And, you know, our hotel was off to the right towards the beach. And so evidently he had just punched the thing, you know, coming out of there, and the thing just got totally sideways, you know, with this tire smoking. Well, there's a cop sitting there that he didn't see. So they pull him over, and we leave the track, and they're loading his Porsche up on a flatbed. And so they're taking down for reckless driving. And so I guess I wasn't there with him, but one of the guys that was with him said that John's comment when they're putting on the flatbed, he's like, he told the guys before they took him off, he told the guys on the flatbed, he's like, hey, be careful of that thing. You got scratched it last time. You know? Obviously that wasn't
funny.
a first for him, you know. So, but no, what a great guy. I mean, I've worked with John a lot over years, and just a fan. And like I said, that was my choice when I got hurt at Texas, and we were, you know, the next race was Colorado, and I wasn't sure how I was going to feel or whatever. You know, first person I called was John. You know, I called John, like he wasn't driving at the time, and anything in IndyCar. And I just called him up and said, "Hey, dude, I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to drive. We're gonna try. We're, you know, trying to win Rookie of the Year. I'm like, you know, if I can't do it, you know, you be there." And he's, you know, he stood in our pit all weekend, and, you know, never, you know, tried to get in the car, never did anything. He's just like, "Ah, you got this, man. You know, you got it, man." You know, and it just one of the greatest people I've met in my life. I can honestly say that. I mean, I've absolutely.
Yeah, I've never heard a bad word about him from anyone.
He's fantastic. Amazing,
Never.
amazing guy. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
that's one of those that, you know, that for every bad person, you know, you might run across in this deal, you know, you meet one person like John, and that makes up for all the bad. You
That's
know,
right.
it's just
That's
without
right.
a doubt.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You know, talking about Gary Bettenhausen, Gary Bettenhausen was about seven laps short of you running number 7 on your car at Speedway instead of
You're
66.
absolutely right. Yeah, absolutely. You know, no doubt about it. And that, you know, I hated it for Gary. I mean, I was, you know, happy
Yeah.
to see, but I was always a huge Gary Benthausen fan. And just when you look at what that entire family sacrificed, it's,
Yes.
I mean, I don't know if you've ever read any of their books, but
I haven't. We talked to Merle. We actually talked to the twins
yeah,
at our live show.
I actually just saw
Um,
one of the twins on
yeah, he just saw one.
yeah,
in Speedway on the side, walking down the street.
But yeah, yeah. Again, like you said,
yeah. I
and
mean, you know, I mean,
you
just
know,
the whole, you
and
know,
I think really it speaks to the Benthausen family is the patriarch was killed helping someone else.
yeah, yeah,
You know,
exactly, exactly.
I think that kind of always gets a little lost too. You
Oh
know,
no, for sure. That wasn't even his car, you know. And
right?
but yeah, you should read. Uh, I can't remember what the second one's called, but both really good reads. And but I mean, you just look at. I mean, you know, Tony Senior, you know, getting killed the way he did at the Speedway. You know, Gary with his, you know, flip through the concession stand at Syracuse. You know, that
Yes.
you know, basically, you know, screwed him up big time.
Yeah.
And then
I mean, if you're going to do it, do it spectacularly.
yeah, oh yeah,
That's a
which
rule
he
of
did.
thumb.
Yeah, that for sure. And then, you know, for you know, Tony to get killed in the plane crash, you know,
Well,
Merle
Merle
lose
lost his
his
arm, and
arm, you know, I mean, it's
I
like,
mean, it's just such a and the twins having eye problems from
oh yeah, from birth, yeah,
just
yeah,
from just crazy. Like it's crazy that something like that happened to one family. Like all
oh
these
no,
things happen to one
and
family.
that's exactly it. And you know, you know, it's, but you know, and they always had, you know, it never really phased them. I mean, I remember
No.
Gary used to joke that if he ever wrote a book about the Bentonhausen family, that he was going to call it a farewell to arms. So, you know, he used to joke about that all the time, you know, and he's like, yeah, that's what I'm going to call it, man, you know, and just, but, you know, it was what it was, and they dealt with it, you know, and I mean, it, you know,
my brother worked with Daryl Soppy at Menards the year Gary, those two years, but that second year when Gary was so fast.
Oh yeah, fastest
And,
car of the month.
Yeah, and again, just
I mean, he had the
Bentonhausen
fastest
luck.
qualifying lap. He just did it on the second day, you know.
Right,
I mean,
yeah.
because of
I mean,
problems, you know. I mean, but he was,
just
you know, should have been on the pole, you know. I mean,
yeah, it just you know, and for anybody, like that race was almost a done deal. Like if everything would have went to plan, and I guess you could say it for everybody, but they were so good
oh
that
yeah,
month. That deal, it took exactly what happened for them not to win it.
yeah.
It took, you know, that kind of half spin and all those things to just kind of blow up what would have been, what should have been Gary's crowning achievement.
Well, is that's the year he finished third, right?
No, that's the year he so when he drove for Menards, he did a half spin
Oh,
on the
that's right.
first
Yeah,
lap,
that
and
year. Yeah,
then coming into pits, been a valve,
that's
and
right.
then it was
That's
on. It was a.
yeah.
It
I
was
got.
a.
I'm thinking of the one year that he.
No, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
So the year he finishes third is honestly probably one of the worst cars he ever drove there,
yeah.
because that was you know. I mean, he thought he was going to be done early. He told him, "Hey, be ready to leave because I'm going to get out of here before
Oh yeah, no,
I'm
yeah,
going to
no,
beat the race traffic."
yeah,
And he never thought it would live the entire day.
yeah, no. I mean, that's that.
You
Yeah,
know,
that's
just
crazy.
amazing. The Bentonhausen story is unbelievable,
Yeah.
just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, the thing is, when you look back on it, there's just so many stories that, you know, that anybody's been around it, you know, it has, you know. I mean, when I was telling you about taking, you know, Bill Abel and his boys and those guys from Texas, and they were a little bit older, and they did business with a friend of mine, and he asked me if I could hook them up. I'm like, sure, you know, no problem. And so, you know, I did all the hotel arrangements and stuff like that, and you know, got them hooked up, got the suite passes, and so I'm in, like I said, I'm in this big white, you know, like 14 passenger van or whatever this thing is. And so we were down to JW, and I got us in on
Police
the
escort.
police escort. Yeah. And so we got there kind of early. So somebody was in front of us, and then, you know, Lion Dyke pulls up, he's in the same one. And, you know, I'm like, you know, so we're all getting out because we have plenty of time before the thing starts. So everybody gets out, everybody's hanging out on the sidewalk. Right. And I'm like, guys, look, if Ari walks by and I introduce you guys to Ari, I'm like, he doesn't shake hands. I'm like, so it's just a fist bump. Like, you know, he doesn't shake hands, so don't try and shake his hand, you know. And they're like, okay, you know. And then you know, Parnelli was there. He was still in pretty good health, and you know, and he was there, and he was driving. You know, he was actually driving the car he was in. And so, you know, I introduced these guys.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm just telling you, nobody else was going to drive.
Oh,
by the
right.
way.
And so, it was so funny because I'm in this massive van, right? And so we get all ready, we loop around, and we're going back around like by the zoo and stuff back that way,
Mm-hmm.
in the botanical gardens and that. And Parnelli's in front of me, and you know, I think Lion Dyke's at the front of the line, and you know, these guys take off and they're hauling ass, you know.
Sure.
And Parnelli's
Yes.
not going, so I whip to the right and whoop, you know, I hammer it, and these guys just got the biggest kick because they're like, man, we're passing Parnelli Jones, you know, in the police escort. But yeah, it's just like
That's
I say,
hilarious.
there's nothing like the 500 though, because like these guys have never been there. You know, they're flipping out about, you know, you've got the motorcycle escort, you got the guys standing on the seats and doing all their tricks and all that stuff, and these guys are like, what the hell, man? This is awesome, you know.
Yeah.
And it's only Indy, man. I mean, it's awesome.
It really is, and man, yeah. I mean, how about that place, right?
Yeah, it's. I mean, like I say, it's one of those places that I think technically they don't allow you to do it, but it'd be interesting to know how many people's ashes have been spread around
Oh,
that place.
oh my
I think
goodness.
technically
Well,
they
I
don't
know.
allow
I
it.
personally know of one.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Yeah, I
so
know a couple as well. So
yeah, I
that's
personally know of somebody. I tell you, and you got to be around too when they still had the motel.
oh yeah,
Uh, that motel was the best, man.
oh yeah,
It is so sad. It's gone. I mean, they had to tear it down. It was dilapidated.
yeah,
If it had been anywhere else in this town, they would have shut it down years before they did.
oh yeah.
But
No, I mean, I always cried when they tore it down. I mean, because
well,
I
I
used to
mean,
go in the mornings, and I would go in and during May, and it was kind of a ritual of mine. Is that during the month of May, they at the motel over at the restaurant, they did the breakfast buffet, and
sure,
so it
I
was
did it
quick,
too.
yeah, quick in and out. So almost every day, I'd whip it in there on my way to the track and buzz in, grab a quick bite to eat, hop in my car, go through the tunnel, and go to the garage, and yeah, I hated it when they. Oh, I mean, I wanted to cry. That was just so
Yeah,
iconic.
you know, because Parnelli had the same rooms, the same. I think it was just. I think he always had those two rooms, adjoining rooms, for his entire time there. AJ had his same rooms. So many people had all their same rooms.
Penske, the
Uh,
Penske guys used to stay there. I mean,
so
Yeah.
I don't think Raj, at
I think
least in the time,
Roger stayed there.
yeah, and
did
I
he
know.
stay there during the month of May?
I
Though
think
I mean,
so.
I think
at
so.
the
Yeah,
end,
because
I meant, like toward the end.
yeah, I don't know about towards the end, but
I don't know
I do
about
know
towards the end.
that. Okay, so get this. This is another great story you guys will love. So obviously Danny Sullivan's from Louisville. I'm from Louisville.
Yeah.
So I'd gotten to know Danny, somewhat over, we're not best buds or anything, but I got to know him. He talked to me on the phone a couple of times when I was kind of climbing the ranks, and gave me some advice and whatnot. And so my partner in my driver's school in Chicago was really good friends with Danny, and Danny had put some deal together to whatever year this would have been. I don't think he was driving for Penske. I don't know if it was with Gallus or Alpha Deal or what it was, but anyway, it would have been around 92. So may have been the Alpha deal. But so he had put a deal together that year. They Harley had built a Daytona Diamond Glide Anniversary Edition. It was a special edition, and somehow Danny had promoted one for them to give him one to use for the month of May. And so,
Sure.
so we borrowed one of the guys that worked for my partner in one of the dealerships. We borrowed his pickup truck, and I drove up to Milwaukee, and that was really cool because I got to go to the Harley factory and got to see all the models of old. These aren't in the museum. Harley owns like one of every bike they've ever made, and you just see bike after bike after bike, everything back into the teens, and so we load the bike in the pickup truck. So I drive it to Indy from Milwaukee, and by the time I got to Indy, it was about midnight. And so I called Danny and said, "Hey, man, I'm here." He was staying at the Speedway Hotel. And so he comes out, we unload the thing, he's checking it out. Like I say, this is like midnight. And, and you had those like vestibules where you could walk, through, like a couple of them, where you could walk through, where the stairs would be and stuff like that. So he's sitting right in front of one of those things and fires this thing up. And he's just like, wow, just revving the crap out of this thing, at like midnight. I'm just laughing, and it's echoing everywhere. But yeah, so I know, Danny was staying there, and I know the Penske guys stayed there. So, but yeah, the funny thing is that when we went down for that NASCAR test, Danny had left the bike at the Speedway, and he gave us the number. He gave my partner the key code for the garage that it was in. So the deal was we were going to pick it up, and by that point it was June or whatever
Right.
it was, and so I was just going to ride it back, up to Chicago, and then because we were in Chicago, the dealerships were in Chicago, I was going to ride it to one of the dealerships and then drop it off, and then they were, my partner Eric was going to get the thing up to Milwaukee, and sure enough, we get about halfway between Indy and Chicago, and it starts raining. All this Harley riding in the rain, and yeah, so yeah, the things you do, so
that man, that hotel, because that was one of my race day traditions for quite a few years, was going to that buffet, whether I was going to the race or not.
yeah.
I lived close enough that I would just go over there,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah,
go to the buffet, because you get to see a
hundreds
lot
of
of
times.
people, and people or just whatever. And I remember that, and I remember one of the what I thought was an odd experience. Rob and I go in there, and we're waiting for them to seat us. And Tom Carney, and he's pretty elderly at this time, comes in behind us, and he's like, "Hey, table for two or something." Like that. She goes, "Well, you'll have to wait for these two people." And I said, "No." I said, "Tom Carney, you don't have to wait for anybody." I said, "Tom, please go ahead." And I just, on one hand, I mean, it is kind of nice that they treated everybody equally. But on the other hand, like, hey, this is Tom Carnegie.
Yeah. Well,
This man,
AJ used to eat in there a lot. I used to see AJ in there a lot of mornings, and so I mean, yeah, I mean, I would say a guy like AJ or Tom, you might want to give a little bit of
yeah,
treatment to,
yeah.
so
I
yeah.
just, but I never forgot that. I never forgot what a nice man he was, and that's
Oh,
my
man,
only interaction
he
with
was,
Tom Carnegie. That
oh,
was it.
Tom was awesome, man. I mean, I can't tell you how much I enjoyed sitting up on the stand with him, doing an interview with him, and just the most gracious, nicest, and then that voice. I mean, it still gives me goosebumps every time I
Yeah.
hear, and he's on it, or it's a new track record, or whatever,
But just in a regular conversation, to hear his voice, there's something so commanding about it.
Absolutely,
And it
absolutely.
wasn't, at least I didn't feel it was an announcer's voice. Like, it's not,
No, no,
that was his voice.
yeah, no,
And
it's one of a kind, and
it just so, I mean, like he's one of the very few people I've ever met. Like, the moment he would speak, you immediately paid attention.
oh, absolutely, absolutely.
You know,
And those guys. And again, it's just all the people around there. Um, everybody's. It's just like I say, I've used the word family a number of times. It's just such a good family. I mean, it's
yeah.
I mean, you look at the transition from Tom to a guy like Dave Calabro. I've always had a great relationship with Dave, and those guys, they treated us so well, and just they grab you and say, if they knew that you had something going on, or you're busy, or you're in a hurry, that maybe you're having a problem or something like that, they leave you alone. But then if you're obviously leisurely walking, hey, come here, let's do an interview, and it just it was awesome, and I'll never I feel honored, that the times that I got to do interviews with Tom Carnegie. I mean, that's just I mean, I'm so glad I experienced that.
Well, I mean, you think about I mean, to have him say your name, boom, over across those speakers, any driver, any person you talk to,
Yeah,
but that would be I mean, again, you're one of a very few handful of people who in this world had that experience,
no, it's
which is
and
just,
I'm very humbled and honored by that, and by those people, I mean, honestly, by the fact that I was able to interact and have a relationship with so many great people around that place. I mean, it's I mean that people that as a kid that were I just was idolized, and how and then to get it's really funny because Ari and I get along, pretty well. And, like I say, I know his son, and pretty well. But, I love Ari. I mean, Ari's, just great people. Ari, Mika. I mean, there's a great family. But somebody, so I got my son one of the kids credentials. If you're under 18, you can get a kids credential. They can get you in the garage area, and you can't get you in pit lane, but you get you in the garage area. So I've gotten that for him since he was old enough to get them. And so we're walking around the garage, and somebody asked me for my autograph. So I'm standing there, and all of a sudden somebody punches me in the arm, and so I look over and it's Ari, and he's like, hey, and so I'm signing this autograph, and so my kid's trying to figure out, he's not sure who it is, right? And so he's kind of bending around, he's trying to look at the credential, and then so I'm signing this autograph, and my son's standing over here, and he's mouthing, he's like, Dad, that's Ari Lyondike. Like, yeah, I know, he's a friend of mine. My son's like, right. Really? I'm like, yeah. So we sit there and talked, and he spent some time with my son, and then we ran into him in Ohio, and I felt so bad for my son. I had to try and rectify that this year at Indy or something. But my son's got a bunch of die casts and stuff, and he's got a couple of RE die casts, and so every year my son will get, like, I'll get him just like a white IndyCar hat with as little on as possible, and he'll get autographs on it. And so he got already signed his hat, and I said, yeah, Riley, I said, we need to bring your cars down and get him to sign those. And Ari's like, oh yeah, for sure, man. And so he's like, well, where else can be? I said, well, we're going to Mid-Ohio. He's like, well, bring him to Mid-Ohio. I'll sign him at Mid-Ohio. And so, and it's really cool that he remembered this. So my son gets his cars out. He's got like 3 of them, and in their cases and whatnot, and sets them on the kitchen table. And then we get about halfway to Mid-Ohio. He's like, Dad, I left my cars on the table. I'm like, it's too late to turn around now, bud. And as soon as we ran into Ari there in the garage area, I believe it was, or over by I think it was about in the garage area. And first thing Ari said when he saw Riley, number one, he remembered his name, and and then he's like, where are your cars at? So I can sign them. And the fact that Ari remembered that,
sure.
from May, I mean, I'm like, yeah, man, he's good people. So
yeah, no, that's awesome.
But I tell you, honestly, and I can help you guys arrange that if you want. And I've watched some of the other podcasts he's done. He did the one. Who's the guy that has got a podcast? The guy that has the fathead sunglasses.
Do you know, Aaron? I don't really follow.
Are you talking about
here in Indy?
It's a Skinny. The Skinny. Is it the Skinny? The Skinny with
Oh, you're talking about Rico.
Rico.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, and and that guy is a good announcer too, who hosts that. I just can't remember his name, but Rico's deal with his name's just blanking me right now. But
it's Rico. But Tommy did that. But if you guys want to get Tommy Byrne on your show,
yeah, that'd be great.
He is the biggest character. I mean, and again, you need to watch the documentary and read the book.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, let me grab the book, see if I got it over here, so you see what it looks like. So yeah, the book is. See, it's not a huge book, but the book is, if you guys can see that, is crashed and burned, like spelled like his last name, B-Y-R-N-E. I think the documentary is actually Crash and Burn, not Burned, B-U-R-N.
Okay.
But like I say, you need to read the book and try and watch the documentary, because you get 2 different perspectives from both of them. He is, without a doubt, he's little Irish guy, and I mean, probably he'll have you guys rolling on the floor. I mean, he is probably one of the funniest human beings I've ever met my entire life. And his story, I mean, you talk about coming from nothing. I mean, like I say, if you read the book, you see what he did. I mean, it'll blow your mind on the things that he had to do to make it in racing. I mean, it's mind-boggling. I don't think there's ever been a driver that's accomplished more with less than Tommy. And his story is absolutely amazing. It was the Irish Book of the Year when the book came out. And, Mark Hughes helped him write it. And Mark Hughes, I don't know if you know who Mark Hughes is, but he's a huge, he's written a lot of books. he's an English guy, but he's done a lot of books on Formula One guys and stuff like that. But Tommy's story's incredible. I mean, it's incredible. He's a great guy. But if you guys want an entertaining podcast, he is definitely the guy. I mean, without a doubt.
Sounds like we're gonna make that happen, Aaron.
Yeah. So if you guys Aaron, get in touch with me,
Okay.
and I can get hooked up with Tommy, and I'm sure he'd be happy to do it. And but yeah,
I appreciate it.
he's I mean, it just and just his story alone is but yeah, you gotta make sure that you read the book. And like I say, you can read the book really quick. At least read the book, but the documentary is really good too. It gives you a little different angles on stuff. But you need to do that before you have him. So you got some good questions for him, because I mean, it is just to ask him some of the questions about the things that he did and went through. You're just like, wow. I mean, it's I guarantee you would rank that without a doubt. It probably, and I haven't watched all. I watched some of your old stuff, but I haven't watched it all. But I'll guarantee you'll rank it in probably your top 3 podcasts you guys have ever done. I mean, he's that incredible. I mean, he's a hoot. So
that's awesome.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Yeah. No, so we'll make that happen. If you guys want to make that happen, just stay in touch.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we appreciate your time, Scott, and
for sure. I really appreciate you guys having me on. And sorry it's taking a little bit to make it happen. And,
this is the first show we've had a chance to record in a long time, so we're making up for lost time.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Me personally, it has been an absolute pleasure. Our paths are going to cross again.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let's make that happen. And you guys stay in touch. And Aaron, you got all the information. Share it with Scott. And you guys stay in touch. And I'm getting ready to do a driving deal for a manufacturer here, so I'm going to be out of town for about 30 days. But here coming up in a week or so. But yeah, I mean, it's been my pleasure, man. I'm honored to be on here, and I really appreciate it. And you guys do a great job, and keep it up, man. And we'll you're looking to fill some time. I'll jump back on anytime you guys want.
Absolutely.
Like
especially maybe around May.
Sure.
We'll definitely try to come up with something around May and that. And Aaron's got some other things that he's working on. I'm sure he'll talk to you about. So
okay, cool.
Like I said, we got to have you do our fast time deal sometime when you.
Yeah. Like I say, I might be having like I say, I've got some orthopedic issues, so I might be a little out of commission for a while too, coming, depending on when we do it. So, but yeah, if I'm physically fit and able, I'll
just let me know. Just let me know when whenever.
When did you do the go-kart deal?
We can do it whenever, so it's pretty flexible.
So I mean, what do you do with it?
Oh, what do we do? So it's called Pro vs. Joe. So
oh, okay, yeah, that's right. You
go to the YouTube. Yeah, I'll send you a link to the YouTube channel. But basically, it's me and a buddy, and sometimes we'll get a couple other special guests, and we'll race a pro. Sometimes we have 2 or 3 pros, and then we have like a little board. So if you ever watch like Top Gear, Top Gear.
Yeah.
Remember the British version? They did like the
they had the board where they wrote the times down and all that.
We do the same. We do the same thing. So
great.
It's very similar.
So what you're saying is you want to take me out so I can embarrass myself, then, right?
Oh no,
no, you won't. Trust me, no. You won't embarrass me.
No, I've done a lot of. They used to do a charity deal at Fast Times during May.
Yep, sure.
And I mean, it's amazing that 10% of the IndyCar field didn't miss the 500 because they had injuries from Fast Times. I mean, you talk about being competitive.
Yeah,
I mean, it was off the charts.
That's a racy place too. That's no joke.
That place is sketchy, man. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that place is racy, man.
Oh yeah, that place.
That's elbows up. That's
the top of the uphill, man. I mean, stuff like that. I mean, it's one of a kind, man. I've been to a lot of indoor karting places, but that place, you got to have definitely have a little bit of backbone on that place, man.
Yeah, you got to get up on the wheel a little bit at that point.
Oh yeah, for sure. Cool, guys.
Hey, thank you so much, Scott.
Thank you guys for having me, for sure. All right, you guys have a great night.
You too. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye.